All right, friends, here we go with another afternoon, possibly evening of tracking a lot of wind and fire-related dangers that we have across the area. If you've been outside, you already know it's hot, windy, and dry. It's dusty. Sometimes it's smoky. So we're keeping tabs on all that. It's a first alert day. We got units out in the field near some fires that are ongoing right now. So we got Sheldon Brashears out. He'll be out with Zach Lockwood and just sending John Gormley out. He's going to be with Gabe. So a couple of units out there, and I'll be handling studio duties to let you know what's happening in the area. So let's get you to some graphics. Of course, it is a first alert day. A lot of hazards out there that could impact you in a very mindful, very negative way. Now, as we take a look, this is zoomed out towards the landfill between Amarillo and Bushland. And that's where we had the fire all afternoon yesterday called the Stinky Fire there. It was smoldering a little bit, and this wind has kind of reignited that fire. We do have evacuations, at least voluntary evacuations out around Bishop States and Two Deer Trail. From Bushland, we'll scan that around here in just a few minutes. You see some of the dust that's blowing around there. And also from Lake Meredith. You see some dusty skies, but really for Amarillo, we can see both. You see a smoke plume there out to the west and quite a bit of blowing dust out here. Temperatures, this doesn't help. Mid to upper 90s, so even 102 degrees out at Canadian. Right now, 94 in Amarillo, so we definitely have the heat. The wind gusts, very problematic, and this is what we expected today. This is kind of an uptick on the wind speeds. Yesterday, we gusted around 40. Sometimes around 45. Today, we're gusting 45, sometimes around 50 miles per hour. Just within the last 30 minutes or so, gusting near 50 in Amarillo. The relative humidity, pathetically low, down below 10%, more like 6%. It's an extreme wildfire situation here for Amarillo. Now, I put on the map there where the fire is. That's the landfill area out between Amarillo and Bushland. I also drew the direction that the wind is blowing. So again, you can see it kind of, should that get out of hand, we're looking up towards the Bishop Hills area. Voluntary evacuations recommended around Bishop Hills. Remember, it's kind of rugged terrain. It's hard for the units to get in there and do much fighting. We'll also take you down to another fire that we have. This one is down 27, just off to the west of Crest in I-27. The green you see right there is actually smoke coming off of that wildfire. So that's the newest fire. Again, it's well south of Tulia, closer to Crest, but very close to I-27. We got units headed that way, and we'll be able to cover that for you also. Once again, I kind of drew in the direction of the wind. That's the green you see there. That's the direction that the smoke is wafting. So some of that will be coming up towards Tulia, towards Vigo Park during the next couple of hours. Now, a lot of things going on here. If you notice, we have a dust storm advisory. That's the big box from Amarillo up through Canyon. But down near Canyon, that's a dust storm warning. Remember, we have a lot of burned terrain, so we're getting a lot of dust and ash that's being picked up by the wind. Even though we don't have a current fire there, what's left from the previous fires blowing through Canyon and Amarillo, so the visibility is coming down. It's to make hazardous travel. And we also have a fire warning. That's for the same fire. That's the one between Amarillo and Bushland, out near the landfill. A new fire warning there. That's going to be in effect until 7:45 p.m. So we're keeping close watch on that.
Across the valley, but they don't connect. So you have to go all the way up to Tascosa Road and come back around from the north.
Okay.
So we're going to come from the south initially. That's what Sean and I kind of discussed, is where they're doing the evacuations, where they're staging and everything.
Right.
And hopefully we can have a shot on the fire there. I brought a tripod and a camera just in case.
Okay.
That way if I need to hop out if I can get a shot. Maybe we could do something like that. I'm not sure.
And we got the top camera too. And so,
Yeah.
Just heard from Dave, we're up on the stream yet. So those of you tagging along here with us right now, we're currently heading north up Washington. I mean, you can see just, the brown in the skies right now. But what you just heard was Zach and myself. We were kind of game planning how we're going to be getting up there to get close to where, of course, the stinky fire is. That's, of course, been, kind of re-sparked a little bit. We do have that new fire warning up that direction as well. So while Dave's going to be gathering kind of the information on that, we're going to be there getting close to try to, be there on the ground and see what's happening there. Closer to the fire so we can get a better look as to what's happening. So we're currently on Washington 46th right now, so y'all tag along with us here, and we'll continue to keep an eye on things. Actually, I'll switch over while we're driving just so we can kind of show things a little bit. Just how dusty it is in the air right now. I mean, I'm sure Dave was talking about that dust storm advisory, the dust storm warning. I mean, thankfully visibility here in South Amarillo is okay right now, but you just, you look up in the sky and you can see just how bad it is. I mean, out there right now, the trees, flags, anything is just whipping in the wind currently. So it's really getting with it here as of right now. So it's really just dusty out there. Conditions just really not ideal for really doing anything outside. As gusts are over 50 miles an hour in places right now. So it's really just getting with it here as we're on our way to the stinky fire here as of right now. So y'all feel free to tag along with that. We're gonna be going north up Washington, getting a little bit closer. So y'all keep tagging along here with us. Yeah, it seemed like yesterday for y'all.
There we go. Sorry, little audio problem there. Got that fixed. We're gusting 54 miles per hour now in Amarillo, and I just mentioned the temperatures there, 90 to 100, 92 now for Amarillo. But with that, wind that's just ripping across the area, it's extremely dangerous. 54 miles per hour for Amarillo. Most of the area gusting over 40 miles per hour, and the relative humidity is just desert-like. Again, 6% now for Amarillo. We got 5% out at Tucumcari, but everybody tracking that really dry wind. And when we look at the scale for wildfire conditions, it doesn't get worse than this. We have a extreme situation across the area and a couple of fires in progress at this time. So we have the landfill fire, the stinky fire that's reignited. That's between Amarillo and Bushland. This is the one. I'm going to swing back around here. Might be able to show you a. Okay, I'm gonna back this up here. 5 minutes. Okay. Oops. Here is a shot of the sky that I'm working on here. It's downtown. Okay, from Meredith we can see. Okay, here's a shot from Bushland, looking towards Amarillo, and you can see a lot of the dust, some smoke. You can't see the smoke that well. It's not getting real high into the atmosphere because of the strong surface winds. So it's kind of hugging the ground a little bit more. Just know that we do have the fire in progress near the landfill. And if you live there, especially around Bishop Estates, Eagle Tree, out that way, they're asking for just some voluntary evacuation just to be safe, again, mainly around Bishop Hills. Extreme fire, again, I've got it on the map in the direction that the wind is blowing. So, some of that smoke getting into Amarillo, but most of it is just outside. It's not the only fire that we're tracking, however. We'll get down to the south of Tulia, near Crest and I-27. That's another large wildfire. That one's spreading. It's a new fire. The landfill fire just kind of reignited. We got a lot of units on that. I'm not real concerned about that spreading. This one, however, is new. It's going to take a while to get out there and get that one, combated by all the different units. So that's putting out a lot of smoke. You actually see that on radar. The green is actually smoke that's being picked up by the radar as that wafts, same direction that the wind is blowing from southwest to northeast. So if you're in Tulia, you're probably catching a lot of that smoke. Just know that the actual fire itself is not really close to you. So we're going to monitor that, of course, and keep you posted. We're getting all kinds of information in about that. So those are the two fires that we have at this time. Numerous advisories, including a general dust storm advisory. That's the kind of the large beige box that includes all of Amarillo down through Canyon. And then we have a little upgrade at the city of Canyon. That's a dust storm warning. And then kind of hidden there between Amarillo and Bushland on I-40, that's the fire warning. That's new. And that will be set to go until 7:45. And we'll get ready to send it out to Sheldon here quickly as he gets out there, approaches the fire, and lets us know more about what's doing as far as spread, more on evacuations, roads, and everything. Right now they're coming up Washington Street, heading towards I-40. I know the wind is really ripping through there, and visibility may be dropping off. As soon as they turn off on I-40, I'll send it out to them and let them see what's going on. I will say that we have some good news after today, okay? And I'll go over this when I'm doing weathercast tonight. There's a cold front coming. There's much cooler air to our north. And when we take a look at the wind flow, today we got that desert wind out of the southwest. Tonight, by midnight, we shift around to a north wind. We wake up to a much cooler north wind tomorrow. Temperatures are only going to be in the 40s tomorrow. So it's another weather whiplash. I know it's going to be in the 90s today, 40s in the morning. The humidity won't be nearly as low tomorrow. It won't be awesome, but it won't be as low. So the cooler temperatures and higher humidity is going to help out. Temperatures tomorrow, I think, are only going to make it up around 70. So that just cooling the air is going to help out behind this cold front. So mainly in the 60s tomorrow. By Wednesday, believe it or not, some areas might be in the 50s. And then we can start to talk about rain chances. They're going to kick in from the west Wednesday night. We got about 30 to 40% on that. Thursday, we can kick that up to about 50% and even lingering into Friday. So we're going to have a few opportunities to actually get some rainfall starting Wednesday. So tomorrow we cool things off. That's going to help. And then I think we're going to be able to get some much needed moisture in here. That's really what we need to get that fire situation under control. Okay, units are out in the field. Sheldon, stand by. I'm going to sit on you for a minute because I'm going to do a 4 o'clock cast. So stay tuned, and I'm going to send it out to Sheldon, about to turn west on I-40. They're just waiting on a stoplight. Sheldon, you take it.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, that's right. We're currently waiting to get on I-40 west. We're going to kind of head down towards Bushland and try to get up close to the landfill from the south is kind of our primary plan right now. Get a little bit closer from that direction because that'll hopefully get us a better angle on things, as we know there might be some road closures in some places. The thing is right now, I mean, obviously we're not really seeing any smoke currently, but there is so much dust in the air that the smoke could absolutely be mixed in with it. And of course, that would cause, kind of why the visibility would be a little bit of an issue there with that. And so, I mean, obviously it goes to, stands to reason that, obviously we're not seeing the smoke just yet, and we're a little ways away. Right now we're just barely getting on I-40, so we got a little bit to go until we start to get a little bit of a better view of the stinky fire. So as y'all
tracking another round of wildfires and dust and a lot of hazards out there, just like we've seen multiple times over the last several days. So here's a live shot. This is from Bushland. As we look between Amarillo and Bushland, a lot of dust. We got a lot of smoke in the air. I'm sure you're smelling that. We're seeing the visibility drop in some locations. Lake Meredith kind of clear, but from downtown you can see the hazy conditions, smoke and dust limiting our visibility. We don't have fires actually near the city. I'll show you where they are in just a few minutes, but it's a hot, dry day. 92 in Amarillo. It's 102 out of Canadian. But everybody is hot, windy, and dry. Look at the winds. We've gusted to 54 in Amarillo. This is recently. We got Dalhart gusting 51, Tucumcari 56. So that's the worst condition we can get when it's hot and dry, is to rip up the wind. So unfortunately, just about the entire area has winds gusting over 40 miles per hour, but even above 50, including Amarillo. And with the relative humidity less than 10%, it's a tinderbox. It is about the worst level of wildfire threat that we face. This is a extreme fire outlook across our area. Really about the only thing that could be worse is if the wind went higher, 60 or 70 miles per hour. We've seen that before. Today, though, we're holding it around 50 to 55. Now, here's the fire west of Amarillo. It's the same one that was burning yesterday around the landfill. Now, up at Bishop Hills, they've requested just a voluntary evacuation. That's the direction that the wind is blowing. They've got a lot of units out there to fight that, but just to be safe, we're asking for just voluntary evacuations there. The other fire is newer, and it's down I-27. There's Tulia. Crest is about right here. So this fire is right near I-27. Smoke is wafting up to the northeast towards Tulia. So if you live around Crest or Tulia or out Highway 86 or near anywhere in Swisher County, stay tuned. We'll let you know more about that. We're covering it. Be sure to watch our stream on your streaming platforms. We'll see you at 5 here.
And then we saw y'all like drive right in front of him.
A meeting of the streams.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. So you heard Dave's update there. Still just, windy, dusty out here. It really is one of those days that if you can minimize just being outside, it's just not pretty outside. It's not really a day you really want to do anything outside anyways. Of course, if you do happen to be out and about, you're in a car, whatever you do, if you have to pull off the road, do not be stopping on the side of the road. That could be a cause of wildfire right there pretty easily. And just minimize those, those things. I mean, of course, we heard that. Okay, so 1061, we're hearing word. Okay, so Dave's passed along some information there that 1061 will indeed get closed here pretty soon. So we're going to see 1061 being closed. So that's just going to be another area where you just really can't go out that direction. Or now it's because it's closed off because conditions are already not good as it is, and now they're getting worse enough to that. Of course, can't even go that way because people are going, or the authorities are going to be closing that off to just in the interest of safety there, letting fire crews do their thing. And that's another thing too is you kind of have people that they want to be looky-loos, they want to get out there, they want to see the crazy fire scene. Of course, y'all saw some amazing footage from Zach and Johnny yesterday of those those helicopters and planes and stuff. I mean, really crazy stuff for sure. But the thing is, you also kind of have to make sure to as much as you want to see that, the less congestion we can have up that way, the better. Say that again, Alex. Okay, sounds good. Still looking for smoke. Let's see if once we get out of town, I'll spin the camera that way. How cool was that yesterday, seeing those planes and helicopters up close?
It blows my mind every time. Especially with how low they get.
Oh man, yeah. That's one time I wish I would have been out there with my camera, my long zoom on it.
Yeah.
Alright, so getting down I-40, we're about to cross Sonsi right now. Once we get out of town, I'll spin the camera around so we can kind of see a little bit better. Oh, there, I think I can see a little bit of smoke. There we go. Switch to our roof cam here. So we'll be looking for that smoke here anytime now. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
There we go.
There it is.
So there should begin our good first look at the smoke of the stinky fire right now out over the Amarillo landfill. Once we get past the helium plant up here, we'll get an even better view of it.
So 1061, that's Tascosa Road, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, so we're good here. We're going to be going up 385. We got 1061 is your Tascosa Road. Oh yes, no, 385 is out of Vega. there's the smoke. Once we get out of town a little bit, we'll have a much better view of it, but you can actually kind of make it out amongst all the dust in the air right now. Johnny was telling me yesterday it really lived up to its name.
Oh yeah, as this is my second trip to the Stinky Fire, I will concur. It is named appropriately.
It is indeed stinky. I mean, I can imagine a big old burning pile of trash would smell great.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Now we're about to get a good look. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, so what you're looking out there, that is the Stinky Fire. That is Amarillo Landfill. Currently tracking towards Bushland. We'll go north from there. Golly, try spray painting a Cadillac today. DOT signs talking about the fact that there is a rollover hazard because of the...
And I can feel it in the car right now. It's
blowing you around pretty good.
Oh yeah.
We're going to be moving up 2381 out of Bushland, up north towards the Stinky Fire.
So I'm wondering, we need to go down a little bit more still.
Okay, Two Deer Trail, Bishop Estates, getting passed along mandatory evacuation now for Bishop Estates and Two Deer Trail right now. Double check your route on that one. Okay, so... Oh, turn off.
There's our evacuation notice.
Yep, there's the evacuation alert. Are you going to Hill Road?
Hill Road?
Is that... Well,
I'm not on anything
Okay.
right now. Okay.
Yeah,
South
I know.
Hill Road, gotcha.
No, I would still go up to 2381 because Hill Road's going to dead end you up here.
Okay.
So I would stick with going to 2381.
So keep going straight?
Yeah, I'd get all the way to Bushland.
Okay.
Yeah. Smoke's kind of obscuring it a little bit right now. Yeah, that hill road's gonna dead end off before we get... I mean, it'll get us closer, but it'll stop. Yeah, mandatory evacuation, Two Deer Trail, Bishop Estates area.
Two Deer Trail. Two Deer Trail. Yeah, I think we need to turn around.
Okay.
2381 is going to take us, or that's going to take us back to Tascosa through Bushland. So we need to turn around.
Turn around? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Got a little...
No worries at all. Good news is the road we're on is a two-way, so we don't have to wait for a crossover.
Oof.
You're good.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. Oh, there's another one.
Good news is from here we got a pretty good view of it.
Yeah.
So which way are we going up?
So we are heading east on Indian River Road to get towards Two Deer Trail, which is where they're doing the evacuation at right now.
Yeah, mandatory evacuations.
Yes.
I'm seeing a lot of black smoke now.
So we're about to take a left on Dowell Road, North Dowell Road. That's going to put us up towards that little community.
Yeah, that black smoke is getting thick now.
Yeah.
I don't like that, what that implies. Yep, we've got fire trucks heading up Dowell Road as well, so we're going to be right behind them.
And that's the kind of the thing about this fire in particular, is because of what is burning. A lot of people with sensitive respiratory systems definitely need to.
Yeah, so this is, we're about to turn up Dowell Road. We're going to head up north towards Stinky Fire. We've seen a bunch of fire trucks go up this way, so currently turning off of Indian River Drive and getting up onto Dowell Road. So we're in the, currently looks like to be the 1900 block of Dowell Road. Let me get this camera spun
We
back
have people evacuating with their animals here.
Yeah, we got people who are evacuating right here on their way out, because as we get closer up here, I mean, you can see just how close we are right here.
First, you have to tell me where you are. Go.
I mean, you can see that smoke plume is really getting with it now. Smoke generally, so right now we're heading north on Dowell Road. We're going to be getting awfully close. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is you're exact saying, of course, you know, just because of the nature of what's burning there, you're going to have a lot of issues for folks with have sensitive respiratory systems. And it's just kind of compounded today anyways, because of all the dust in the air as well. It really is kind of a perfect storm for respiratory issues. But man, look at that plume of smoke.
Yeah.
Wow. Stop. Yeah, that is smoky. We got dust kind of pulled in from the backside here. Okay, we got one fire truck and a couple of sheriffs leaving right now. Not sure what's happening there. Phew. That is some nasty looking smoke.
It's multi-layered. It's both white and black smoke.
Yeah, exactly. You got a lot of different things happening up here. So Two Deer Trail, Bishop Estates, mandatory evacuation. So we're gonna see how close we can get up here. We got folks. I mean, we've got seen a lot of traffic pulling out. That's for sure. I mean, just unbelievable scenes out here up on Dowell Road. Lots of blacks. I mean, you see all the brown and white smoke in front of us, but I mean, you can see the black smoke just behind it. So for those of you watching along with us, we're on Dowell Road right now. We're going to be turning on a Two Deer Trail here in a little bit, which is one of the areas that is being evacuated. We're seeing fire crews out this direction. Actually, I know some folks that live right out here. Okay, turning on to Two Deer Trail right now. We just turned on to Two Deer Trail is where we're at right now. We might have a really good view. So we're past the, oh man. Okay, we got power crews out here. There's a lot of that smoke. There's something. You see that black smoke right there? I don't like that.
It's getting pretty close to that structure.
Yeah, we got some structures definitely being threatened over here. Man, look at all that black smoke billowing up right there. Wow. Look at, you can see it. I mean, look how much it's rising right there. Holy cow. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, you see that black smoke rising very quickly. Right there on that tail end. We're seeing black smoke going up in just, I mean, quick succession. Okay, still on two.
We're gonna take a left here.
I'm gonna take a left, okay?
We're gonna take a
Go.
left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping
The
we can
smoke's
get
crossing the road, I mean, just right
Yeah.
there. I mean, you see how close we are.
This is where they wouldn't let me yesterday.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Man. I mean, look at that black smoke going up. Holy cow. So you can see what burned yesterday right here. We're coming up right on the edge of the landfill. I mean, the black smoke is just billowing. What is even on fire right there? Holy cow. I mean, this is certainly a situation that'll cause air quality alerts and things of that sort, without a doubt. Yeah, fire crews are just right down there working on knocking down these flames right now. Yeah, so this is looking north from Whitetail Avenue right now is where we're at. You can see fire crews down along here. So on Whitetail Avenue, just off Two Deer Road. And you can see fire crews out there working on getting these flames knocked down. But I mean, really seeing some striking images right now of that smoke just billowing right now. So this is kind of on the south side of the fire here. It's blowing and moving away from us. Okay, hold on a second, I want to see.
I'll hop out real quick, take
Yeah.
a look.
Hello, Mr. Sean. Yeah, that's what we were thinking for sure. That's what we're seeing on our end. So thanks for passing that along. Yeah, I mean, we're as close as we can, but now the dust is starting to obscure things pretty badly.
We've also got...
All right, appreciate it. Yep, but... Okay, yeah, we're losing those trucks into smoke now.
So that's why they closed Tascosa.
Yeah,
if we would have came from the north, I bet we would have had a better shot on it, but...
Yeah, I mean, you
That's
get up to
really-
where that smoke is blowing across right now, I mean, and you're going to be,
hurting.
losing visibility for sure.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, 'cause we got that road back there we came from. I mean, all that where that smoke is billowing, we do know probably at least one structure involved right now. Yeah, so we came off Bishop, off Eagle Tree and went down Two Deer Trail. We're now on Whitetail Avenue. Right now we're looking north at that fire, so you can see that radio tower that you've been seeing in some of the shots. It's just right here is kind of your point of reference. And this is looking currently north at the Stinky Fire right now. We got fire crews down there, a lot of dust and smoke along the ground. It's kind of obscuring. Can we go backwards a little bit?
Yeah,
Look at
absolutely.
some of those houses down that way.
You want me to turn around?
That's up to you.
Okay.
I'll let you decide what you want to do.
Yeah, I'll just turn around.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna kind of reposition here real quick, so we're gonna pull out a little bit just so you can kind of see.
There's also a hot spot right over there.
Oh yeah, you got a little bit of smoke billowing right out of that. A lot of the dust is kind of obscuring it right now. It is certainly making it hard to see, but there are a few houses. I mean, you can see there's houses just right there along the horizon there. We know crews are down that direction, really working to keep those structures safe. But as you can see, I mean, there's tons of black smoke billowing out. What's up? Wow. Okay, yeah, pass that on to Dave.
Can you see that one house right there?
All right, guys, I'm going to take over for a quick update. We have some new information. Just folks need to know that we are in a first alert situation. A lot of smoke visible. This is from the city of Bushland off to the northwest. So that fire is spreading away from Bushland good news there. Here from News Channel 10, looking back to the west, we can see plenty of smoke, but again, not really close to Amarillo right now. And from the city, we're seeing more and more smoke. Again, this is from downtown. Just know that the fire is miles out to the northwest and not threatening the city limits. It's really out towards Bishop Estates, Bishop Hills. I believe we got some evacuations around Bishop Estates. Hot and dry, 90s to 100. Look at our winds, 56 for Amarillo and Tucumcari and Dalhart. It's just a horrible day for wildfires. The humidity less than 10%. Obviously red flag warnings, but also we have a fire warning for the fire route that Sheldon is on there. And we'll be looking at his video again. Again, north of Eagle Tree, and not really approaching Bushland or Amarillo, but more of a situation that we're looking at 1061 northwest of Amarillo being closed. Evacuations around Bishop Estates and Bishop Hills, Two Deer Trail. We also have dust storm warnings around Canyon and a dust storm advisory from Canyon into Amarillo. All of that taking place right now. You can see the fire. I'm going to readjust that. It's a little further north of I-40 there. In fact, stand by. I'm going to do that right now. So I don't want to mislead anybody here. I'm going to take the current fire position off, and I'm going to put it more here. That's a lot more accurate. And that's blowing smoke. You see the green on radar, not rain, unfortunately. That's the smoke plume being picked up. And that's what Sheldon is showing us, is that thick, thick black smoke. And the wind direction on that is also from southwest to northeast. So if we take a look at the wind direction, I'll kind of draw that on there, left-handed, mind you, this way. So that's why we have all the smoke and the evacuation up there. 1061 is closed northwest of Amarillo. So folks in that area hopefully have evacuated. The fire has gotten much larger there and spreading out. In fact, yeah, we're looking at Sheldon's video, and we'll get back to that here momentarily, but there's a lot of other fires I need to tell you about. Evacuations down around Crest also because of the fire there around 87 and I-27, right around Crest, same thing. You see the smoke wafting off to the northeast. So wildfire in progress, southern Swisher County. If you're living in Crest, some evacuations down that way. Other fires, we have one between Headley and Memphis, down off 287. That'll be in the southeast part of Donnelly County. And then we still have our Hungate fire and the chocolate chip fires still smoldering a little bit and blowing smoke and dust and stuff up towards the canyon. So those are the fires that we're tracking now. Let's get an update up there north of Eagle Tree with Sheldon. Sheldon, you want to give us an update?
Yeah, we're seeing, I mean, we've got flames right here, Dave, just kind of all along right here. You can kind of see where some of those flames are burning as crews are working to put out those fires right now.
Holy moly.
Imagine this is going to be an area getting closed down here pretty quick.
Yeah.
So we're on Blue Quail Drive, I believe, right now. We're going to kind of reposition, but we're seeing, I mean, you're seeing flames there live on our stream as crews are working to put out those fires. We did see what could have been a structure on fire, so we're going to reposition and see if we can get closer just to see what's happening around. Lots and lots of black smoke right now.
So we're going back out on Two Deer Trail now.
Yep, Two Deer Trail back.
Wow,
Oh,
right there.
yeah, look at that. Okay. Keep going this way. It'll open up. Yep, there we're about to have a really good, about to have a really clear shot. Stop right up here.
Yeah.
There we go, right there. Look at that.
Oh, that's perfect.
Look at that. Okay, here we go.
So you can see this fire has definitely escaped the boundaries of the landfill. It is now pushing up against structures out here off of Two Deer Trail.
Yeah, and we're seeing something right here. It's kind of hard to tell, but you see all that black smoke billowing up just from right there in the ledge of that road. Let's pull up a little bit, see if we can see what that black smoke is coming off of right there. I mean, we're seeing all that grass is on fire right there. We're seeing that right now. Oh, man. Oh, no. Okay, let's pull back this way a little bit here.
Can't get anything. I think that was going to be our best shot. I'm just going to whip it.
Okay. Okay, we're going to flip around real quick. We know firefighters do everything they can to protect these structures over here.
Right about there.
Let's see, yeah.
Yeah. Holy moly.
There's something right on the other side of that hill burning too, but that's terrible. And that's, it's
going right towards that structure.
yeah.
Pray for your neighbors, folks.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Holy moly, that's scary. So we're on Bob White right now. This is looking north, kind of off. So Bob White kind of dead ends where we're at. Actually, flip us around real quick just so we can be looking at it out the windshield as well. So we're on Bob White Trail right now. It's kind of, let me see if I can exactly kind of pinpoint what road it is we're looking at there.
That might be. Yeah.
Yeah, get back up a little bit. Oh no. Yeah, that's terrible. Why is that guy parked right there in the grass?
Yeah, it looks like a cop.
Yeah, I hope he knows what he's doing there. So this is looking at Bob White, but this house itself, not on Bob White itself. It's gonna be, we're gonna try to pinpoint exactly where we're looking right now. As the smoke's enveloping.
So this is the house on Butte Circle that's on the neighborhood across that has access through Tascosa Road.
And we can see flames
Those are
along the
folks. Oh man.
That right there, I mean, every once we keep seeing black smoke coming up from right there. I mean, that's horrible. Right there. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at those flames. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Wow.
Okay, so what road is that off of right there? Butte?
Yeah, so that's the house. It's
Butte
at the end of Butte Circle, off of Old Mill Road.
Okay, off of Butte Circle, off Old Mill Road. Okay,
Yeah.
Sounds like we're gonna be going on air pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, Sean said we're going wall to wall once Telemundo clears the studio.
Okay.
Holy moly.
Lord be with these people, man.
So sad.
Yeah, there's something burning right on the other side of that.
Oh, yeah.
Too.
And that's what it was like all day yesterday. It was just one crest that was hiding what was happening.
Man, just go around that house, please. Okay, sounds good. We'll be ready.
Do we want to start off with a wide shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I hear him start talking, since we're still on the stream, I'm going to keep getting some.
I'm rolling on all this.
Okay, good deal. Oh, man.
But that does look like what it was, right? Like that's the house that's in the neighborhood over there.
Looks like it. Also, look over here. It might have another structure.
Oh, no.
Where's it at? Right on.
You can see the flames from behind.
Yeah, right over the top of that. Look at that right there. That looks like another structure right there, Dave. I don't know if you can make that out at all. But that looks to be a structure on fire right there.
Maybe I should pull up a little?
No, I'd say stay
Stay
put.
right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
because we're going to lose visibility here in a second anyways. But that looks to be a structure there. Can barely see it through the smoke anymore. But that might be a structure that's burning.
Yeah.
Right there. Panning back across. There's that wall of flames right there. Oh, man.
Holy moly.
Yeah, that structure's definitely burning over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might pull up just a little bit. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, there's black smoke. You can see the black smoke rolling off top of it there. Yeah, Dave, if you can hear me, I think that's a structure fire right there.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna back up.
Stay right there, stay right there. Stay.
Stay right here?
Oh, no, I guess back up if you get the other one, yeah. Okay, sounds like Dave's gonna talk over us.
10-4. Look, got flames coming up across the hill right now.
We are, yeah. Oh my gosh, that's the problem. There's too many things to focus on. Okay, there's a structure fire right there. Well, can you see it?
These poor people.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, flames coming up over the hill right there. Oh, and keep an eye on some of these houses over here as well.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at it.
I mean, that seems to be what they're doing right now, is
They're
just trying to protect the house.
Trying to. Oh my gosh. Okay, so currently sitting in Bob White Trail right now. We're looking kind of up towards the north. As you can see, I mean, that is this. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. And that house is scary close. All right, so we're currently on Bob White Trail. We're looking up toward the northwest. This is a stinky fire that we're on right now. We're seeing fire crews absolutely just doing everything they can, but that is a structure on fire right now. We're on Bob White Trail. We're looking to the northwest right now, kind of past Two Deer Trail, kind of further out to the north right now, probably about half to 3/4 of a mile away from our current location right now. Does look to be a house that is currently on fire. We're seeing just smoke billowing from several places right here. We can actually see some flames here going down this ridge. You'll actually see a lot of black smoke. We've seen some flames as well. We've seen another house be threatened kind of right up here, kind of off Butte Circle right here. Doesn't appear that this structure currently on fire. Thank goodness on that, but it is currently being threatened right now. But unfortunately, this one structure fire just to our northwest, unfortunately, just seems to be intensifying as fire crews out here on the stinky fire doing everything they can. You see those crews right now just really working as hard as they can to get these fires under control. But unfortunately, out here, we are seeing some structures, houses on fire right now as fire crews are currently kind of moving in around the region. Smoke, dust, really kind of obscuring our view of a lot of different places. But we're seeing flames moving in, kind of climbing up the hill in some places. We're seeing fire crews out behind some houses in some places, trying to protect some of these structures. And so we're really having to keep a close eye on this as of right now, as this is a very rapidly moving fire. We're inside of where that fire warning is currently, as we are seeing, of course, that fire. I mean, why they issue these fire warnings is it moves very quickly. I mean, just in the past few minutes of unfortunately what we're seeing that fire due to the structure. So definitely praying for the folks up here on the kind of northwest side here, the kind of the Two Deer Trail areas. We do know there are mandatory evacuations in order for Two Deer Trail and Bishop Estates, which is kind of the area of which we're in right now. So we've been watching this very closely. We've got a lot of smoke, a lot of dust in the air. We do have dust storm warnings, wind advisories, everything like that. All of just the ingredients that make for a terrible wildfire threat day. We're seeing that in action and just seeing, of course, the terrible things that it can do right now.
These flames are moving really. I'm going to back up some.
Okay, we're going to back up a little bit, get you a different view of another thing here.
Yeah, that house that's threatened right now is...
It's scary close. Unfortunately, not what we're wanting to see at all. We're seeing fires kind of move. We're seeing some open flames. down just kind of on the ridge below. Currently on Bob White Trail is our specific location right now, and we're getting to the point to where the smoke is certainly obscuring our view in several places. So reminding people we are kind of in the Bishop Estates area. Pull forward a little bit.
Okay.
Just so we can be able to pan back and forth. Where we are seeing at least one structure being threatened over here. We do know of other fires or other structures that are either being burned. We have a visual on one right here. We're going to zoom and give you a shot of this as we are seeing a house or a structure out this direction that is burning currently. We're on Bob White Trail. This is looking northwest, about 3/4 of a mile to our northwest from Bob White Trail, kind of here in the Bishop Estates area. Fire crews, we can see them right now doing everything they can to keep these fires knocked down. Unfortunately, as you can see, it is getting one structure. Here currently, we're on the south side of the Stinky Fire, inside of where those mandatory evacuations are taking place. I'm going to pan a little bit further off towards the west where we can see some fire crews working right now. Several structures being threatened. You can see crews are protecting some houses off here just further to our west as well. You can see Excel crews out there. We anticipate some power outages at the very least out here. Panning past this house, you can see smoke, you can see fire crews out here. Visibility getting really hard to see as that smoke and dust is certainly settling here right now.
It's moving really close to behind this house.
Okay. Right, yeah, I'm seeing flames through the trees right there. Getting close to this house. That's
Maybe we should try to get back on the other perspective so that we can see over there.
possible. They're going to be going out to Dave on the wall here pretty soon.
Okay. Wow.
And the fence line that you're looking at right there is currently, that is on the house we're on Bob White Trail. We're going to pan back to the structure fires. It's just continuing to intensify.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, that's terrible. Currently on Bob White Trail, this is looking to the northwest.
Look at this behind us.
Holy cow. Yeah, let's make sure we're not getting circled in anyway.
Yeah, that has gotten a lot worse.
Yeah.
Should we maybe go try to get visuals on,
So wait, Dave's gonna be going on the wall here in just a second. And we're seeing these crews just doing everything they can right now. So those of you joining us live right now, we are currently on Bob White Trail. Okay, we're on Bob White Trail. We're looking to the northwest of a structure fire. Okay, Dave will be giving an update here in just a moment. Stand by for that.
Okay, Sheldon, I'm going to go ahead and show people graphically where you are. So here's Amarillo, Bushland. The fire well north of I-40, probably just on the north side there of Eagle Tree. You've talked about being on Bob White Trail up that way. And just off to the north there, the structures that are burning are southwest of Bishop Hills, north side there of Eagle Tree, not really close to Amarillo or Bushland, but there's the smoke plume coming off that fire that's stretching across the Bishop Hills. But again, this is where the structures are burning. I just want to let folks know exactly where that is. So I'm going to come back to you, Sheldon, so you can kind of walk us through exactly where you are, how many structures are burning, what you're seeing out there, and what people know. And I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Back to you, Sheldon.
Wow, Wow, we do.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so we just actually, you were watching there in the bottom picture, we just panned from one structure fire that we were seeing to another one. This is looking even further off. This is about close to a mile away, just to our north. Like I said, we're still sitting on Bob White Trail, kind of in the Bishop Estates area right now. We just panned our camera. You can kind of make out the flames right there. It does look like that does look to be another structure fire. They're straight to our north. We have smoke kind of blowing up over the back of us right now, as well as we kind of have a fire on. We're going to zoom out here. We're going to pan back across. Okay, so we're seeing right there, the flames aren't quite as bad. There's that other structure fire that we've been keeping an eye on here as we arrived here. Unfortunately, still seeing that structure burning. And then fire crews on just about every side. We're going to zoom out here and kind of give you a full 360-degree pan. We're going to pan around right here. This is kind of panning towards Two Deer Trail that you're looking off. This is looking towards the west. We're currently on the Stinky Fire right now. And you're going to see right there, just more smoke coming up here just to our southwest. Here as of right now, is that could be another area that's burning right now just to our southwest. As you can see that smoke kind of billowing right over the back of us. And they're up to the north.
I think we might need to move.
Okay, yep, we're going to reposition. Let's go for it. So we do see those structure fires off that direction. We see that one across the ridge, but smoke is still kind of obscuring our vision right now. We're going to pan back here right before we move. Give you one last look at this structure fire right here.
Oh, it's coming up behind us.
Okay, yeah, we're moving. We got flames here to the south of us. We're relocating.
Yeah, that ridge is coming over.
Okay.
Holy moly.
It's close.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna reposition. We're going up Bob White Trail right here, but as you can see, just right here, we can see flames as the fire is just right here. I mean, that's where we were parked just a little bit ago. It's threatening some structures off this direction here. We're turning back onto Two Deer Trail, turning to the west. As you can see, that smoke is really billowing here right now. I'm gonna try to get the camera to keep up with it here. Okay, so this is moving up to the northeast right now. You can see all that smoke.
On that structure.
Yep,
right
it's coming up right here on this barn right here. Look like you got some pins. Thankfully, those pins do appear to be empty. That's the good news. Pull up just a little bit forward.
Okay.
Just a smidge right there. Stop.
There we go.
So you got the flames moving up on those pins. Like I said, thankfully those pins are empty. That's the good news there. Whatever animals they might have had in there, they did get them out. That's great news. But as you can see, this fire is really advancing here to the northeast.
Got a structure fire behind us. I don't know if that's the same one.
I think that's the same one, but we'll still pan around. So we're panning around Two Deer Trail right now, kind of near Blue Quail Drive. We're going to pan back up a little bit here, get you another look, kind of another perspective of that one structure fire. As crews are rapidly kind of pivoting here as this fire is now kind of advancing further back from the southwest. So originally it was kind of north of where we're at, but now we are seeing that fire rapidly intensifying and moving here from the southwest. So this is an area that was not, I mean, we were just driving through here about 20 minutes ago. This was an area that we were near, and that fire is somehow sparked up right over here and is rapidly moving. I mean, you can see just how fast that smoke is blowing through here as that fire is advancing. It does look like to be there's a structure right there. Hopefully the fire will miss that structure right there. We can see more structures starting to be obscured by that smoke. I mean, you can see just how fast. Look at this. I'm going to zoom in and just leave the shot static so you can see how fast that fire is moving right now. I mean, we're having to sit here and actively move the camera to keep up with how fast it's moving. You can see how fast that fire, I mean, is really moving right now. That is unbelievable of just how fast this fire is moving right now. Oh my goodness, look at that. And it's just getting bigger. I mean, that fire is, moving extremely quickly.
I think they're gonna move us.
It's very possible, yeah. I'd be getting ready to move. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you can see fire crews, doing absolutely everything they can right now. But that fire is advancing at an extremely rapid rate.
Yes, I can.
As those fire crews are currently just scrambling, trying to keep up with these flames. This is the Stinky Fire right now. This is Blue Quail Drive. Oh my goodness.
Say that again?
Oh, it's getting so close to that house. Pull forward just a smidge. Just a little. Pull forward just a little bit. It's getting very close to that house.
Lindsay's going to come on
stop.
and give some updates on evacuations, but they're going to be on our video.
Okay. All right, so stand by. Lindsay will be giving us some updates here in a little bit, but that fire moving extremely quickly right now. Okay. Hopefully they're getting out of this. You're good. Start talking.
Okay, so of course we are following this breaking news. This is the fire that started out in the landfill and has spread toward Bishop Estates. There are now mandatory evacuations underway. That means it is time to pack up and get out. They are at 2 Deer Trail, White Trial Avenue, Bishop Estates, Eagle Tree, Quail Canyon, Bishop Ranches, Alta Vista Estates, Dripping Springs, and Silver Point. We do know that the Texas A&M Forest Service is responding to assist with the containment efforts. Again, this is the fire that has left the landfill. We know that 1061, which is Tascosa Road, is closed from State Loop 335 to FM 2381. And we're asking, too, that everybody stay out of the area unless you need to evacuate. We need to leave the roads open for emergency personnel to get through and these people to evacuate. Now, these are definitely not the only fires that we are following. There's one in Swisher County near U.S. Highway 87 and County Road Z. Evacuations are underway for the city of Crest. We do have a crew on their way to that area. Buses are running from the school in Claytonville. The Texas A&M Forest is also responding to this fire to assist. Now, these are 2 fires in the same general area north of Crest. Roads and highways may be shut down. And again, we will stress this enough that you need to stay out of the area unless you are part of crews that are fighting the fires or you are part of the evacuations. We need to be good stewards to allow people to get where they need to go. There's also a fire in Lipscomb County. Booker Fire Department is responding to a large grass fire near Highway 83 and 23. The Perryton Fire Chief says the fire is northwest of Canadian between Perryton and Canadian. But right now, those are all the evacuations that we have. Dave, are we going to take it over to you for more?
Yes. Thank you for that information there, Lindsay. Please heed those evacuations and just the requests to allow responders to get in there. I wanted to show you on the map exactly where the fire is, because a lot of the warnings and evacuations and advisories are going to say Potter, Randall County, Amarillo, Bushland, Bishop Hills, whatever. But you can see really specifically there, I've got where the fire is. It's just southwest of Bishop Hills. Where Sheldon has been is kind of the Eagle Tree area and north and northwest of there. That's where we have structures burning. And it's just really disturbing and disheartening to see that wildfire coming in there and just consuming things. Sheldon doing a really good job of keeping us posted there. But I just wanted to point out that for the city of Amarillo or Bushland, the fire is not approaching. It's really the Bishop Hills, Bishop Estates. 1061, the Boys Ranch Highway is closed, like Lindsay pointed out a few moments ago. Here's the other fire. It's down around Crest. Again, we'll adjust the position there, but it's around 87 and County Road 2, I believe. They're evacuating from Crest and Claytonville, which is out here to the east. So that's going to be another busy area. We have another crew there pretty much coming in. We'll look at some images there soon. Some other fires. Remember the chocolate chip, the Hungate, still smoldering a little bit. So we're keeping an eye on that. We also have a fire down between Headley and Memphis, just off of 287. And I believe Lindsay mentioned one more up there between Perryton and Canadian, not threatening any homes or structures. But let's get you back out to where Sheldon is. Sheldon, what's the latest with you guys on that rapidly spreading and destructive fire?
Yeah, Dave, we're currently on 2 Deer Trail. We've seen this fire. I mean, we're seeing it advance off. I mean, just unbelievable rates right now. We're seeing this. You can see how quickly. Oh, there's a little fire tornado right there. Saw it there for just a brief moment, but I mean, how fast this fire is advancing. I mean, we're having a hard time seeing things that are about a quarter of a mile away from us right now. As you can see right there, just that smoke billowing across there. Certainly hoping whoever lives at this house nearby has a plan to get that horse out of here. But that smoke is completely obscured about a quarter of a mile away from us. Let this guy get past. Let's move that way because we can't even see flames anymore. Visibility is getting tough. I mean, we're seeing just, I mean, the places that we were watching on stream just a little bit ago, if you're, watching for those houses, those structures and things like that, we can't even see them anymore. I mean, they're being completely obscured by smoke. You've got some fire crews right there. I'm gonna pull out just a little bit here. Okay, here we go. Stop just for a second. We'll get a few shots right here. You can see just, I mean, how quickly, I mean, this was an area that we were driving, I mean, no more than 20, 30 minutes ago. And you can see just how quickly that fire is advancing. We can see crews out here. This is looking onto Blue Quail Drive right now. So the road you're looking at, where you're seeing these fire crews trying to knock down these flames right here on the side of the road, that's Blue Quail Drive that you're seeing right there. As we're seeing just billowing smoke right now, obscuring our sight. I mean, we're looking for places that we were seeing, you know, just a little while ago, and we can't see anymore down that direction. There's just so much smoke just blowing across there. I mean, there were so many houses over here, and so we know that unfortunately all these structures are being threatened right now as these fire crews, I mean, they're doing absolutely everything they can to knock these flames down. I mean, you're just seeing these flames move so quickly. Here we go. They're cutting this down. They're cutting the fence down to try to get through. So they're cutting the fence down. You can see just how fast those flames are moving currently. Those crews trying to get that barbed wire fence out of the way so they can get through and trying to knock down those flames. So that's the road we were on just a little bit ago. That's that thing you said you saw it spark up.
Yeah.
It got here. Okay. If they're going and getting that truck, get ready. They're about to push through that fence.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we might be getting ready to move here in a second. That fire's getting pretty close. Okay, here we go. They're about to pull into that field right there. There you go.
I'm thinking maybe we should go up there. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking so.
I'm gonna let these guys pass me.
Okay, so these trucks are trying to get into the field there. We've got evacuations happening around us as well.
Why are you looking at me, dude? I'm trying to be out of y'all's way.
Okay, here we go.
Alright.
Yeah, any of the structures that we were seeing earlier, I mean, we can't even see the structures anymore. Let's get out of the way of this fire truck here.
Yeah, I'm gonna relocate.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing that fire just advancing from... That fire started kind of right over here. So, just a little bit ago, so if you are following along on our stream, we were actually parked just to the south of that antenna right there. Now you can see that's where that fire is advancing across. We're being able to see flames as that grass is rapidly going up. And there were structures we were keeping an eye on right now. But now because of all that smoke, we can't see any of them anymore. That's looking straight down Blue Quail Drive. And as you can see, I mean, vision has been completely obstructed by the smoke blowing through. And so fire crews doing absolutely all that they can right now. We're just praying for all the home structures and people in the path of this fire right now. Okay, we got sheriffs coming in. Just, I mean, how rapidly that fire was moving. They're knocking it down here along the edge. And thankfully, it looks like this truck right here is really doing a good job on keeping everything kind of knocked down right now. We're going to zoom in. Looks like they're really getting these flames knocked down, at least on this outer edge. So that's some good news there. But there are certainly a lot of structures. I mean, we did see a couple of houses or structures that were on fire. And unfortunately, we do know that there are more in the path of this fire as it's continuing to advance off towards the east-northeast right now. Okay, we're going to do a quick little 360 pan here, kind of show you exactly what's going on. We're currently on Two Deer Trail kind of in the Bishop Estates area. That's where we saw our latest fire come from, is coming from that direction as we're seeing flames there along the outer edge. We're going to spin around to the south and then to the north, where we were keeping an eye on some structures that were on fire. But now, because of all the smoke, because that new little bit that went up, this is just about as good of a shot as we can get of things. We are seeing black smoke from that. That's looking down Two Deer Trail, where that fire truck is sitting. That is on Blue Quail Drive. We did see a couple of houses that firefighters were working to protect. Right now, they are being completely obscured by that smoke, though. So,
Step out for a second.
yep.
Hey guys, we just got information that the Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center is now also evacuating. We wanted to pass that along to you guys.
Man.
What time is it?
4 minutes until the show. Man, I just hate that we could see all those houses that are just completely obscured because the smoke's moving that way.
So Wild West, so they're evacuating and we're here.
Wow, we're here. Goodness gracious.
How far is this thing running?
I'm looking at all the smoke from it.
Part of me wonders if we should have came in from the north initially, but
I mean, hard to know for sure. I mean, honestly, I don't
Yeah.
know if we'd want to be on the north side right now anyways.
yeah.
We'd be covered in smoke.
Fish and Wildlife Service around here.
Let's see if we can. Still can't make out any of those structures that were back this way.
Oh man, I think I see another structure behind us.
Dude, can you?
Yeah.
There's that barn. Okay, so that's looking right there, is where you're looking. You're looking there, you're spinning around to about 12 o'clock.
Am I?
Yeah, you're at 12 o'clock right there. I can start to see that house right there.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's necessarily on fire right now. Oh, but it might be crossing. It may have crossed the road. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing some black smoke.
Is it right in between those emergency vehicles?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of right over the top of that white truck.
Yep.
Oh, and look, I don't think you can get a shot of it, but look at this plume of black smoke here at about 8 o'clock.
Oh man,
That's a big one.
I bet that's the house we were at.
Oh, man. That's just right there across that ridge. Good news is there's not flames on this anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's starting to clear up a little bit to where we can hopefully get a look at some.
You can actually see the houses over there.
Yeah, we can see the houses again.
This road goes back and wraps around. I think we might be able to get a shot on that.
You want to take a crack at it?
Yeah. Since things are kind of
Yeah, because it's
improving right here.
Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, we're going to reposition. We're going to keep going up Two Deer Trail. Let's make sure he's not kicking us out here. Okay.
Might try.
It crossed the road. They're trying to knock it down.
Of course, you know, it is a first alert situation. We have our entire team just really engaged, tracking these dangerous fires, letting you know what's happening out there. What I want to do right now is kind of go through where the locations of the fires are. I'll be back a little bit later on. I'll talk about weather conditions that have led up to this and when we think we'll see some relief there. But right now we have the fire that has been the most destructive that we know of today is the one ran through for you. It's also where Sheldon Brashears is located, and he's been sending back video of, you know, structures burning, just rapidly spreading flames. Sheldon, you want to give us a quick update, and then we'll move on to some other fires. What's going on out where you are?
Yeah, Dave, so we're currently kind of in the Bishop Estates area. We're actually swinging the camera around. We're on Bob White Trail right now where we can see, we have seen some structures that are on fire, and we are continuing to see that right now. We're going to zoom in a little bit here, kind of looking across near Butte Circle right now, where you can see right there what appears to be at least a small structure or outbuilding that appears to be on fire right now.
The one right over here, there's over
Yeah,
the
we
top
can
of
see
those
right over the top of
trees.
this tree line as well, so we're going to zoom out just a little bit, try to give you a shot here. You can kind of see several structures. We've already seen some structures that have been burning. You can still see make out some flames through some of the smoke, as visibility has certainly been a challenge here as we've been keeping an eye on things here from Bishop Estates. We're currently on Bob White Trail looking north here on the Stinky Fire right now, seeing that black smoke billowing up as structures appear to be going up in flames right now as fire crews are currently doing everything they can.
We're getting moved.
Okay. We're getting relocated by authorities right now, so we're gonna abide by that. We're gonna spin around here, try to show where crews are currently working on a house over here, trying to keep it protected best they can. Right here, you'll actually see where they're currently spraying this house right now. We'll try to keep the camera up here as we're trying to move around right now, so we apologize for kind of the erratic movement. So right there, I mean, you see where fire crews are working on spraying off this house over here, trying to keep the flames away from it. Fire crews have really, I mean, seeing how fast these flames are moving right now down across and through these hills is certainly making their job extremely difficult.
Wind switch if this thing's been turning and going in every direction, man.
Yes, sir. We'll keep out of your way.
Yeah, definitely working to make sure we're leaving room for the sheriffs. They're giving us some good heads up on things. If you want to pull up, we can get some shots of these flames over this way. You know, the first responders out here doing absolutely everything they can. Unfortunately, just the way these winds are blowing right now, you're seeing just the way these flames are spreading around here. I mean, and of course, you know, all the changes in elevation, these hills and everything is making it extremely hard to keep up with, and these crews are trying to protect these structures the best they absolutely can right now.
I'm gonna move up.
As you can see, there's a house just right up over here on this hill that the flames are pushing very close to. That fire crews are currently trying to do everything they can to keep the flames away from it.
This is devastating pictures out there. Our prayers definitely for everybody involved, especially the property owners and the first responders. Again, if you're in Amarillo, that fire is not threatening the city. If you're in Bushland, it's not threatening the city. If you're in Bishop Hills, it is a major threat. Eagle Tree, Bishop Estates, those areas, and every little location surrounding those.
We need to.
Now, I want to take you up to the other fire that has prompted evacuations. This one is down close to Crest, and we've had evacuations there. We have our other crew down there, John Gormley, providing updates. You'll see his video there. John, what's the situation down there around Crest?
Yeah, right now you're looking live just towards the south of 87 and north of Crest. So we're not quite into downtown Crest as of right now. But you can see over on the cameras right now, we are looking at a large field of grass that is completely just being burnt away right now. You can see a lot of the flames there, and that's just quickly spreading out because wind gusts we've been picking up at about 45 to even 50 miles an hour. So wind gusts definitely strong in this area right now. And as we zoom out the shot, you could just see the large extension of smoke that is just extending across this field here, and it's just rapidly intensifying here right now.
Okay, folks around Crest, Claytonville, please heed all the advisories and the evacuations down that way. Let responders get in there to that spreading fire. Want to come back out, though, to the fire just northwest of Amarillo, where Sheldon has been located, and just sending us back some very heartbreaking but dramatic but important video so we know exactly where the fires are. And then in a few moments, we have some information on where evacuees can go. That's all coming up. But let's check back in with Sheldon. Sheldon, you're on a very dramatic situation. Can you give us the latest from your spot out there?
Yes, sir, Dave. Yeah, so we're currently on Two Deer Trail, currently getting repositioned here. As you can see, there are some more structure fires here as we kind of look across this ridge right here. Unfortunately, as that fire is continuing to advance, we are seeing structures that are burning right now as crews are doing absolutely everything they can to keep up with these fires. But as you can see, with the way the wind is just driving right now, it's making it all but impossible to keep up with these fires. And of course, the terrain not doing firefighters any favors either. And so we've seen several structure fires already. You're seeing at least some outbuildings there, if not more. That black smoke coming up and billowing out right there. Unfortunately, as we are seeing some structures that are burning, as sheriffs we're having full, just all authorities are out here keeping tabs on things right now, and we're just doing everything we can to stay out of the first responders' ways. And then, of course, just trying to keep an eye on these fires to see any structures. Looks like this is kind of up around Old Mill Road. Is where this structure fire is right now. So we're on Two Deer Trail, but we're kind of looking across kind of the Bishop Estates area, and that structure fire kind of appears to be kind of right in the area of Old Mill Road right now. That's unconfirmed, but that's what it appears to be from our location, as we're trying to just get you some shots of what's happening here. We'll zoom out a little bit just to kind of show you the scope of what we're witnessing out here. Like you were saying, Dave, just absolutely heartbreaking scenes right now. Definitely our prayers with everyone up in this Bishop Hills Estates areas. There's several buildings and structures that have been burning and are continuing to burn right now as those fire crews are doing everything they can right now, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Sheldon. And I know there's a lot going on out there, and it's rugged terrain, and there's probably multiple areas that are burning. What's your assessment from what you've seen here lately? Do you think has that fire been slowed at all? Has it been slowed down at all, or do you think it's just spreading?
No, unfortunately, Dave, right now it seems to be doing more spreading than anything else. We did see at times it looks like they were kind of knocking it down around some perimeters, as right now we're panning to another structure fire right now, but we were keeping an eye on one specific location, seeing where the fire was spreading, and then it seemed just almost within about a couple of minutes, a new fire kind of sparked up to our southwest, and we had it right here on our stream, but you could see, I mean, the fire just advancing extremely quickly. We actually have some deer running away here across the road here, but unfortunately, it looks like this fire is just continuing to burn out of control, as we have just, like I said, as soon as they were knocking it down in one place, it looked like a new fire sparked up just to the southwest, and just with, like you were saying, these 56-mile-an-hour gusts that we've been seeing, it is moving extremely quickly, and so these firefighters are doing everything they can, but unfortunately, with all the dead grass out here, it's making it so easy for this fire to spread at a very rapid rate. So unfortunately, no, it does not look like at least they're getting a handle on it right now, as everything that you're seeing burning is on the other side of a ridge, which is inaccessible from our current location. You would actually have to go around a little ways to be able to get, as you know, Two Deer Trail that we're on right now, dead ends right ahead of us. And so to actually get to where we're seeing these structure fires, crews would have to be on the other side of where we're at right now. So unfortunately, we're not in a spot where it directly connects and makes it easily accessible for crews to get across and get to some of these structures, which is making those containment efforts just that much more difficult, Dave. Okay, electricity is getting shut off.
Thank you, Sheldon. We'll be coming out to see your dramatic video where that fire is. Again, it's not a threat to Amarillo proper, but out at the Bishop Hills Estates, Bishop Hills, north side of Eagle Tree, those areas, Two Deer Trail, where that ends, Bob White Trail up there, just north of there is where those structures are burning. You can actually see the smoke plume on radar. That's what that is. So just thick, thick smoke that Sheldon has been screaming back for us continues, and unfortunately it doesn't look like progress has been made on knocking that down. So there's been a lot of evacuations. We have some information about that on what people can do, where they can go, and the latest on the evacuation aspect. Let's send it over to Greg and Lindsay.
Dave, thank you. And of course, we do have those mandatory evacuations we told you at the beginning of the show. There is also now a voluntary evacuation that's been issued for residents near Bushup Hills at that area at this time. Evacuees, you are asked to go to the church at Quail Creek that's located at 801 Tascosa Road, or the church at Bushland, located at 1800 South FM 2381. Of course, we know that the Texas A&M Forest Service has been called in to assist in this fire with containment efforts. The fire, this again, is the one that has left the landfill and is now headed toward Bushup Estates. There are, of course, some road closures that we need to let you guys know about. 1061, which is Tascosa Road, is closed from the Loop 335 to FM 2381, which is also known as Bushland Road. The Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center is actively evacuating animals and staff right now safely. Xcel Energy has decided to temporarily shut off power to the following neighborhoods as a safety precaution. They are Bushup Hills, Bushup Estates, and Tascosa Hills. And of course, this isn't the only fire that we're tracking and have evacuations for.
That's right. Let's check out what's happening in Swisher County. We had a report earlier from John regarding what's happening in Crest and near Crest. Do we have a shot of that? If we do, please let's take it. There we go.
Oh.
Somewhere around there. A lot of wind, a lot of fire. Obviously, we can't see that, but right now, buses are running from...
We got to see, Greg. So
all right, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, we got to pull up, Sheldon just said he's got an extremely explosive, rapidly spreading fire that he would like to show us, so let's pick up his feed.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so this is currently looking north. We're on Two Deer Trail. We're looking straight to our north. This is right at the base of where that structure fire we were showing you earlier was. This is really putting in perspective of how fast these wildfires move as it's currently climbing this hill. This is moving up towards right now. The movement of it generally seems to be kind of to the east-northeast, but you can see just how quickly that fire is advancing and has engulfed that hill as it's making its way up that direction. If we pan up just this way a little bit, you can see this is that structure fire we were keeping tabs on earlier. If you can see it through the smoke, we were able to make out there's a vehicle that's burning up there. You can see that black smoke coming off it as well as that structure fire is ongoing. You can see right there that other outbuilding has unfortunately caught on fire here at this time. And then we're seeing just off towards our west, there's another trailer house that appears to be on fire right here as well. So you can see we have several structures that are on fire. And then I'm going to pan back here because we were talking just about how fast that fire is moving.
It's almost climbed the hill completely.
You can see, yeah, it's almost nearly to the top of the hill right now, just from when we were watching it just a moment ago. Just giving you a little bit of perspective of how fast these flames move right now. So this is not a situation to take lightly, as when those fires get into that dry grass, it does not take any time at all for those flames to start advancing through that region there, Dave.
Yeah, amazing there, and thank you for being out there. You guys really, really be cautious. I know after covering fires myself how quickly things change around a wildfire. So we'll be coming back out to you here momentarily. I wanted to show you that from downtown Amarillo, we see plenty of smoke. It's just not really a threat to the city limits of Amarillo. It's all out there to the northwest. What's going on today? Why was it a first alert day? Well, temperatures 90s to 100. Take a look at some of these wind gusts. We've gusted to 56 in Amarillo and Tucumcari. Dalhart gusting 51. Pampa 52 miles per hour. Those were some top winds. This is within the last 15 minutes, still gusting pretty close to 50. It's hard to slow a wildfire when you got winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour, and the relative humidity is just basically desert. I mean, there's hardly any water vapor in the air out there. Relative humidity down 5% or so. And when we look at the levels of wildfire threat, we knew this going in, it's at the top of the list, extreme. If there was a higher level, we'd probably be at it here today. So that's why it's been a first alert weather event. Let's get back to the fires, and before we go back and look at video, show exactly one more time near Bishop Hills Estates, Eagle Tree. That's where this fire has been burning buildings. Further down to the south, we've had evacuations around Crest, where John Gormley is down there. We'll look at some of his video a little bit later on. But I wanted to run you through some other fires. They're just not affecting towns or houses or causing evacuations. Here's one northwest of Canadian, near 83 and 23. Keeping an eye on that. Of course, south of Amarillo, down where we had the chocolate chip and the Hungate fires. Still some smoldering. If nothing else, we got the wind blowing ash and dust and really reducing visibility there. Down in Donnelly County, between Headley, Hall County, back to the west of Memphis. We've had some fires there, rugged terrain, hard to fight those. And as far as advisories, this is an unusual day. What a combination. We do a fire warning for the fire that Sheldon is broadcasting from. This big box here, that's a dust storm advisory. If you haven't noticed, just the wind alone today is a major factor, lowering visibility with a lot of dust in the air. Now, over the next 24 hours, some good news. Look at that cool air. That's coming in tonight. When we look at the wind flow, instead of a southwest wind, it'll be a north wind bringing in cool air. That's good news. However, with any ongoing fires, when you get a wind shift, it just causes the direction of spread to change. So we're going to have to be really, really mindful of that. Responders are going to have to know that that wind shift is coming. But tomorrow morning, we're dropping down into the 40s. I think the relative humidity comes up. So cooling off the air, killing the wind, and bringing the humidity up is going to make a much, much more favorable day tomorrow to put out any lingering fires. We're only going to be in the low 70s, I think, for tomorrow. And then by Wednesday, behind this front, temperatures may only be in the 50s and 60s. But here's the best news. Let's just take a moment and reflect on this. When we get to Wednesday and Thursday, rain chances look pretty promising, which is exactly what we need. Let's see, news, you guys, I cut you off a minute ago. Okay, sorry about that, Greg. We had to see that video, but we have some of the latest on other aspects that are related to the fires. Let's send it back to Greg and Lindsay.
Thank you, Dave. Let's bring you up to date now on what's happening. Drivers are asked to avoid in Randall County, area near FM 1714 and 1705 in Randall County because of zero visibility right now until 6 o'clock tonight, so a little less than an hour. Try to avoid those areas because of a lack of visibility. Also, TxDOT Amarillo says West FM 1714 traffic will be detoured to Arnott Road and diverted to FM 168. East FM 1714 traffic will be detoured to US 87. Also, drivers are asked to avoid the area of FM 168 between Haley Road and Jowl Road.
Yeah, and we want to make it clear, we saw this on Friday, a lot of road congestion from people that are actually going and trying to look at the fires. Please be mindful of our first responders and these evacuees. Leave the roads open for everybody to get where they need to go safely and to allow our first responders to be able to get in and fight these fires. Now, we also want to turn to the fire that we were talking about in Swisher County, where Johnny is at. That fire is near US Highway 87 and County Road Z. Evacuations are underway for the city of Crest. Buses are running from the school to Claytonville. Swisher County OEM says evacuees can also go to the First Baptist Church there in Tulia. Texas A&M Forest Service is responding to assist, and these are two fires in the same general area north of Crest, and roads and highways may be shut down in that area, so just be aware.
Yes, let's also take you back to the Amarillo landfill fire. It is worth mentioning that these following areas have been a mandatory evacuation to Deer Trail, White Trail Avenue, Bishop Estates, Eagle Tree, Quail Canyon, Bishop Ranches, Alta Vista Estates, Dripping Springs, and Silver Point. It's a voluntary evacuation has been issued right now for residents near Bishop Hills at this time. That's the latest updates.
That's right. And of course, the evacuees can go to the church at Quail Creek that's located off Tascosa Road, or the church at Bushland, which is located at 1800 South FM 2381. And Texas A&M Forest Service is called to help in with containment efforts on this fire as well. And now we're going to maybe toss it back to Dave for some more coverage.
Yeah, Dave, let me ask you one quick question. Do you believe because of this high wind that airdrops are not feasible right now for a lot of this area that we're seeing burn?
You know, Greg, I can only believe that that's a factor because we've been covering a lot of fires the last couple days, and almost every time there's some kind of air support. Helicopters, small planes, big tanker planes. We've seen a lot of that. I haven't seen much of that today. So, you know, I don't know the protocol there, but that well may be factoring in there. First alert event, just real quick. If you've been tuning around for coverage or you've heard about some devastation, I wanted to give you the lowdown on exactly where these fires are, because I know that usually generates a lot of concern when people don't know exactly where the fires are, and they can smell the smoke, they hear all the sirens, and they know that bad things are happening. Here's what's happening. Here's the fire that's consuming structures right now, and we'll take it out to Sheldon just momentarily. But basically, when you go out the Boys Ranch Highway 1061, which is closed right now, and you get out around Bishop Hills, Bishop Estates, and also from I-40 when you go north on Dowell and Indian Hill Road and you get out close to Eagle Tree, it's kind of right there north edge of Eagle Tree, south edge of Bishop Hills, if you will, where those fires are burning and spreading and consuming structures. Sheldon has been out there pretty much from the onset of this and watched the fire spread in there. Sheldon, give us this assessment, what's happening out there now.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so we're trying to get a zoomed in shot of that one structure fire we were keeping an eye on a little bit ago, but as you can see, smoke is making it hard to make things out through all the flames. As you can see, it's kind of coming up this ridge right here. It's kind of moving through this lowered area. Right now we're on Two Deer Trail, and we're currently looking at towards the north, but as you can see, that the fire is actually working its way up this hill and has climbed the hill on the other side as well. We did see some Randall County sheriffs, or Potter County sheriffs rather, moving it through that area. As you can see, it's now covered that hill. There are currently sheriffs up around on this other side. This appears to be kind of the Old Mill Road area that we're looking at, but we'll kind of zoom out a little bit, just kind of give you some perspective on just how much we've lost visibility of a lot of this situation right here as that structure continues to burn there just across this ridge. Right now we are on Two Deer Trail. There you can see what's left of that structure fire. What we can see through the smoke right now, we saw a vehicle burning. You can see that small outbuilding that was on fire as well has just about collapsed. And we're also seeing this lower building as well now, kind of down here in the bottom part of this ridge is unfortunately being threatened right now as well. As you can kind of see right there, as flames are getting dangerously close to this structure right here, kind of down at the bottom of Old Mill Road. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to pan back around off towards kind of the west from where we're at. So we're on Two Deer Trail. We're going to pan off towards the west. You can see that smoke from that particular fire. And then this is kind of where everything started from, which is kind of towards the Amarillo landfill. You can see that radio tower. Of course, you can see as well that smoke billowing in the distance as there's things continuing to be on fire. We did see fire crews working to knock things down. But one of the biggest things that we've noticed with this fire here is just how quickly it advances and it moves. As we saw one spot where some ash or some flames got kicked up, and you can see just a small bit of flame on a hill, and then just within about 30 seconds to a minute, that entire hill would be just all but engulfed. Air quality certainly not good. As you can see, that smoke really just billowing, making visibility awfully tough as well. So we're continuing to monitor out here, Dave, as we're seeing, like I said, what has been just so far just several structure fires in a very heartbreaking situation here up in Bishop Hills right now, Dave.
Well, excellent pictures to let us know exactly how devastating that fire has been, Sheldon. And again, just to reiterate, make sure you guys have escape routes and you're staying very cognizant that you don't put yourself in danger out there. Southwest Bishop Hills, where most of the structures have been burning. Now, we got other fires that are in progress right now. We sure don't want to be negligent there. Down around Crest, we've had evacuations there, as I believe Lindsay and Greg have reported on. You see the smoke on radar there. John Gormley down that way, and he's checking that fire out for us. John, been a while since we checked in with you. Why don't you give us your exact location, what you've seen with the fire down there in the southern part of Swisher County?
Hey, thank you, Dave. Yeah, so you're looking live just towards the south of 87, right over downtown Crest. So we're off just towards the north of Crest, and we're watching a field that is just completely engulfed in smoke and fire right now. Now, we will say the fire has definitely been dwindled just a little bit because we've seen more of first responders come in over the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. So we are definitely seeing improving trends with this fire. You can see on our atlas still a lot of smoke and fire that is still ongoing right now, but it is slowly but surely starting to see some improving trends as as of right now, since we're seeing multiple fire trucks out there pretty much just right on top of the flames, putting out the fires. And we've also seen scouting planes come around the area. I know we've talked about wind gusts at about 40 to even 50 miles an hour, so that's a good sign to see that we do have planes flying around the area. We haven't seen any planes dump water just yet, but of course, if we do see that, we'll keep you guys updated back in the studio. But Dave, that is all we have right now. Just a lot of first responders coming in and putting out the fires as we speak.
Let's check back in with Swisher County, what's happening there. There's a fire near U.S. Highway 87 and County Road Z. Evacuations are underway from the city of Crest. Buses are running from the school to Claytonville as they transport students. Swisher County OEM says evacuees can go to the First Baptist Church in Tulia. Also, the Texas A&M Forest Service is responding to assist. There are 2 fires in the same general area north of Crest. Roads and highways may be shut down. Also, Lipscomb County fire happening right now. The Booker County Fire Department is responding to a large grass fire near highways 83 and 23. We don't have any more information on that one.
And we are hearing from Potter County Sheriff Brian Thomas, who tells us that fire has now reached 1061. Xcel Energy has decided to temporarily shut off power to the following neighborhoods as a safety precaution. They are Bishop Hills, Bishop Estates, and Tascosa Hills. We also know that Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center are evacuating the animals and staff safely.
All right, and Dave, you mentioned the change of the wind direction coming up here, but that just means, well, may be good news in some fact that ground is already burned, or is that combustible still?
That's going to be a very site-specific issue there, Greg. If a fire happens to be, north of where a fire burned yesterday, that might be helpful, but I'm afraid this wind shift is really going to be problematic. Once again, it's first alert situation, team coverage of these dangerous and devastating wildfires. Here's a shot we're right here in News Channel 10 looking to the north from Bushland. The tower is kind of in the way, but you see all the smoke. And just to let folks know again, in Amarillo, we can smell smoke. There's been a lot of dust, but the fire is not affecting the city limits. But I wanted to run you through everything. Temperatures 90s to 100s. These wind gusts are just, they're crazy. We have gusted over 55 miles per hour. Amarillo, 56. And we kind of expected this. That's why we're in a first alert situation today. Just lately, this is within the last half hour, we're still gusting 48. Dumas still gusting 53, so the wind may have peaked, but it's going to be a while before it really comes down. And the relative humidity just miserably low, dangerously low. That's why we have extreme wildfire outlook across the area. Now, let's get back to what Greg was mentioning, and that's the wind shift. We have a cold front coming in tonight. Right now, we have this very strong southwest wind, so fires have been spreading from southwest to northeast, and sometimes rapidly. If you've been watching Sheldon's video, those fires, they are hauling. It's almost impossible to slow those down with a southwest wind. But let's watch the timeline. Let's watch this event unfold tonight. By 10 o'clock, we got that north wind coming down, let's say probably about Dalhart and Dumas. So we do have some fires between Perryton and Canadian. I know we had one flare up around the state line there around Turpin. So that could redirect the spread of that fire. What about Amarillo? Somewhere around 11 p.m. to midnight. So that's where we have our fire here, and even south, the fires down around Canyon. Somewhere around 11 to midnight. If those fires are still ongoing, and something tells me they probably will be with that rugged terrain out there off 1061, that's going to start driving those fires down to the south. New territory. New vegetation and new structures if they're in the way. So I know the National Weather Service is in full contact with responders. This is not going to be a surprise to them, but it's something that they need to be ready for. Later, after midnight, let's give it to about 2 a.m., we go down across the Crest fire.
Look at that.
If that one is still burning, we'll redirect the flow of that down to the south. And speaking of Crest, I see some big flames down around there. Johnny, I'm looking at your feed there. You want to give us the latest? Looks like your flames are really flaring up there.
Kind of scary looking.
Yeah, over the last couple of minutes, we've really seen these flames pick up in intensity and coverage here, unfortunately, but we continue to see first responders pick up in intensity and coverage as well, just putting out the fires here. You can see on our atlas, we do have somebody that's basically standing right on top of the fire, just trying to put out the flames as it continues to grow in intensity over in this particular shot. So overall, not a really good scene here right now. Again, as it's been mentioned before, there are mandatory evacuations over in Crest. Right now, this shot is being taken just towards the north of 87. And then or at least looking south towards 87, we're north of downtown Crest. So we're not quite into downtown just yet, but we do have quite a bit of flames picking up in intensity and coverage right now, along with the dust.
Very good. Thank you, John, for that coverage. Need to go back out near Bishop Hills, where Sheldon has been covering a very devastating fire, and get the latest from him. Sheldon, been a few minutes since we've seen your video. Anything new happening out your way?
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave, it's hard to keep up with everything happening out here, as we've seen several structures on fire right now. You can kind of make out a little bit through the smoke about it. Sometimes as soon as you can see things kind of across the valley area. Oh, look at this. We also have some aerial support as well. Helicopters are coming in. I'm going to pan back out a little bit, as it does look like helicopters have joined the fight. As right now here in Bishop Estates, it does look like we have a chopper with a water bucket has joined the fight. Here, they're trying to get things going. This is kind of a smaller helicopter right now coming to. Looks like his water bucket might be empty, but they might be getting ready to do something to try to go and make a drop somewhere. So we're keeping an eye on that. And then also we're seeing here down on the ground as well. Right over here, we're going to pan over to the west just a little bit. We're seeing crews doing everything they can to save this house right now. We've got a man out here on a tractor. He's plowing a fire break right now. We've got crews out on the front of the house. We've been watching them spray trees. We've been watching them spray the house itself, just trying to make sure and do everything they can. We got fire trucks racing past us on just about every side right now. Unfortunately, where we were at just a little bit ago, we decided to move from that location. I'm going to spin our camera around a little bit, because we decided to move from that location as the fire started to climb up the ridge behind us. As you can see, there's some more black smoke right there, possibly hinting at another structure fire. Was looking dangerously close to this house that you're seeing right here, as those fire trucks are kind of pulling around. This is looking down Two Deer Trail right now, as those fire crews are looking to get down on the leading edge of that ridge to hopefully get a better angle of attack on some of those flames right now. And you just saw it there for a moment. Don't know where it's at right now, but we did get a visual confirmation of a helicopter with a water bucket there. It looks like they are trying to get some aerial support out here on fighting these fires as well here in Bishop Estates, Dave. That helicopter's bucket looked empty.
Sheldon, we really appreciate the play-by-play out there, and really our prayers are up to save the houses that continue to be threatened. And just one more time, we got fire southwest of Bishop Hills, really close to 1061 now.
Yeah,
so
go for it.
It's really getting into the Bishop Hills area, Bishop Hills Estates, burning north of Eagle Tree. And once again, for Amarillo, not really close to the city. Just, we've got smoke, we can smell it, we can see the dust, hear the sirens, just the activities out there where Sheldon is, closer to Bishop Hills. All right, new information coming in from our news desk. We'll send it over to Greg and Lindsay. What do you guys got?
Dave, we do have some added mandatory evacuations coming from Potter County. Sheriff Brian Thomas adding to the already evacuations is Angus Trail, Kachina Drive, Dons Drive, White Hills Trail, and McKenzie Trail. Of course, a voluntary evacuation has been issued for residents near Bishop Hills at this time. Evacuees, you're encouraged to go to the church at Quail Creek, that's located off Tascosa Road, the church at Bushland, that's located at 1800 South FM 2381. We do know that the fire has now crossed Tascosa Road. Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation is actively evacuating animals and staff safely. So that's the newest update on that.
Well, you have to really think about the chore that will be to grab all those animals away from wildlife to get them out of there. I mean, that's got to be just unbelievable. But Dave, I got to ask you a question. We saw fire trucks and people live in these homes spraying water onto the trees and leaves and whatever else they can do. But because of the low humidity, I mean, how long does that water even last on vegetation or even homes at that point?
Probably not long, but that's kind of a last-ditch effort. That's when the fire gets really close. So I'm sure it's beneficial, to slow down just the spread of that fire, trying to keep it from grow vertically up trees, and really get those big, tall flames that are hard to knock down. So if they can keep the fire low and keep it from advancing up in elevation, that's really helpful. Sheldon, speaking of structures, tells me they got something else burning out there. Give us a look, Sheldon. What do you got?
Yeah, so we're still here on Deer Trail right now. Dave, as you can see, we're kind of looking across. We're seeing the fire just rapidly advance, but this was an area we were kind of watching a little bit earlier as they had some different outbuildings on fire, and it unfortunately right now does appear that a trailer house is on fire right now. As you can kind of see it a little bit through the smoke, but the smoke does certainly make it harder to see. And then this is kind of near the Old Mill Road area. We'll kind of pan down off here to the side as that fire just continues to kind of advance up near some of these structures off this way, as that's an area that we've just seen sheriffs trying to get to that area, but as you can see, the smoke's making it very hard to see. I'm going to pan back across. We're still seeing, puffs of black smoke here across here. We did see fire crews moving towards these houses right here along Two Deer Trail, trying to keep the flames away from some of these houses as that fire is, of course, as it feeds on that grass. Even if it's not necessarily the direction the wind is blowing it, it's going to feed on nearby dry grasses, and it can climb up hills in different directions other than where the wind is actually blowing it, because, of course, it's going to feed on those dry grasses that are out and about, Dave.
And I've noticed there, Sheldon, and you might weigh in on this, it just looks like we have so many scattered structures out there that it's just hard to, pick what you're going to try to save. There's just so much fire, and the homes and the structures out there are just kind of scattered around. So it's hard to knock the whole fire down without them getting a structure. Is that kind of the feel of it out there?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, as you can see right now, as the fire is currently, we're not downwind of this fire right now, but as you can see, it's climbing this ridge up towards us. There's a lot of black smoke. We might go get a closer look here in just a little bit. But the thing about it is yeah, like you said, I mean, just being out here, everything's a little more scattered. It's a little more spread out. The structures that we're seeing across the way from where we're at, there's not actually a road that directly connects from where we're at to that area over there. So it's just making it even harder for fire crews. And so, I mean, they really are fighting this fire on many different fronts right now, Dave.
Okay, and I believe Lindsay's got some information on containment, if any, forward progress, all that we try to look at to hopefully get some good news about the fight of the fire. Lindsay, how's it looking?
Yeah, so we have been talking to Texas A&M Forest Service. Juan is a spokesperson, and the latest on the Stinky fire there. Of course, multiple structures are threatened. We've seen that. 0% containment. The size of the fire, as far as acreage, is unknown at this time, but he did emphasize that it's very large and growing very rapidly. Of course, you can see in what Sheldon is showing us that this is a very rough terrain. This is a difficult terrain, and it makes it difficult for our firefighters to get in there and put these flames out.
Yeah, if there's any doubt about whether or not you want to try to stay with your home or get on the road and try to get out of harm's way, don't waste any time. Of course, we never want to see anybody's house burned down, animals being hurt or anything of that nature, but it's better to save yourself and get out of harm's way, because these fires, Dave, are extremely, obviously very dangerous, very damaging, and that wind is just not holding back.
No, that's a good point. And my experience just lately being out covering these fires is they'll surprise you. They're unpredictable sometimes on how they spread and how they move. The heat from those fires affects the wind field out there. And it's really hard to predict exactly what a fire is going to do. And you mentioned the terrain, that's right. We did see just within a few minutes at least a helicopter getting in there to try to help. So maybe we're gaining some support from other sources that'll help to slow down this fire.
It's coming.
It's coming.
I want to fixate on that fire. It's certainly the most destructive,
We're not gonna have
dangerous
this
that we've seen. But down to the
shots
south, we've got
much
John
longer.
Gormley down there.
we'll be needing to move.
First alert weather team.
Part of me
He's
wonders,
been
these guys
following
have
what's
a
happening
sprinkler
around
set
Crest.
out.
So, John, one thing
Part
we
of me
need to
has
know
mine to
about
go
the
and
Crest
turn it.
fires is it moving towards any communities or structures? Is it looking better for Crest? And exactly what's the fire doing down there in southern Swisher County?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. So unfortunately, the fire has rapidly picked up in intensity and coverage here over the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. The good news is that we haven't seen the flames at least get close to communities or at least impact houses. So let's hope those trends continue on, of course. But something to be at least a little bit more noteworthy is that we've actually seen a couple more planes come into the Crest area, especially in the northern parts of Crest where these flames have really picked up in intensity. They're actually dumping water, which is a really good sign as well. So they're doing their best to at least prevent the spread of these fires. And you can notice on our atlas just a large plume of smoke that is just engulfing up into the atmosphere. And the other thing to note is that, yes, while we are tracking a lot of fires across the Panhandle, the other big thing is the air quality. So those with respiratory illnesses, definitely be cautious about that here as well. And off towards the left, where the flames have already burned, we have seen a large field of just black where things have already just been completely destroyed here. Luckily, as far as structures are concerned, they are still standing, but of course all the brush and grass that was once standing is now completely gone. So that is the latest as of right now. And actually, if you're trying to get down into downtown Crest from 87, it is completely closed off. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to enter into Crest here. From 87, both north and south are completely closed off, but unless if you are coming in from the north to evacuate, they will let you through here, of course. But that is the latest as of right now. Dave, will send it back to you at the studio.
Yeah. Thanks, John. And, you know, you guys do the same. Make sure you're staying out of the harm's way there. I mentioned a couple of fires there. Generally around 87, he says 87 is closed
to the house itself, and
both directions except for evacuees that the authorities will let you out there. So that's the southern fire. And I think, Greg, you have a little more information on that one?
Dave, and again, you need to mention the fact that evacuations are underway for the city of Crest. Buses are running from the school out to Claytonville with students. Swisher County OEM says evacuees can go to the First Baptist Church in Tulia to seek shelter. Also, the Texas A&M Forest Service is responding to assist. There are 2 fires in the same general area north of Crest. Those roads and highways are being shut down, so don't be a curiosity seeker. Stay away from that area. This also from the Swisher County Emergency Management. Speaking of that fire, evacuations are underway, as we mentioned. And once again, they want to reiterate, please stay away from the area and give responders the freedom of movement to try to fight these fires.
Yeah, and also we did just get an update from Texas A&M Forest Service. They have now put the Stinky Fire, that's the one that's, you know, started off at the Amarillo landfill and has now spread outside of that landfill. The fire is now 500 acres, 0% containment. But you know, this isn't these 2 fires are not the only ones that are in our area. You can go to newschannel10.com. Our digital team is continuously updating information there for you guys. Another fire that we want to mention that we've been keeping an eye on is a large fire near Highway 83 and 23. The Perryton Fire Chief says that fire is northwest of Canadian, between Perryton and Canadian. Of course, no evacuations ordered for that one, but it's still on the radar as we have these windy conditions that continue.
Yes, and Dave, it looks like no relenting from this wind that's going on right now. We've had peak gusts at what, almost 60 today?
Yeah, Greg, we've topped 55 a couple of times here for Amarillo. And, you know, speaking of the wind, I think we might see the speeds come down, but one factor that's really going to be important tonight is the direction, because this wind has been out of the southwest. That's going to change with a frontal boundary coming in. I've got it coming in down to, say, Dumas or the Canadian River by 10 p.m. And, you know, that's not that long from now. That means fires that are still in progress will be driven from the north to the south. And, you know, the fire that's northwest of Amarillo, that could be significant. That could really affect other terrain not too far from Amarillo. We're going to watch that very carefully. Now, later on, about midnight, I think the front goes south of Amarillo. The fires that were down south of Canyon or down in Hall and Donley counties, those will be affected. And then finally, you know, the fire that John is reporting on down around Crest, as that burns, about 2 a.m. winds kick out of the north. So that's going to be a whole nother ball game. Not only can that keep the fires going, but they're going to spread to other places. And then tomorrow, that north wind's going to cool us off we're finally going to get a break from the fire threats. But let's get back out. Let's check on the fire down around Bishop Hills. As we've reported, no containment yet. It's burned all the way to 1061. And Sheldon has been out there watching every bit of that fire here today. So many structures burning, so much acreage. Let's get the latest from him. Sheldon, on you.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so currently still sitting on Two-Deer Trail, looking across the ridge, kind of towards Old Mill Road area. Unfortunately, one of the places we were watching a structure fire, there was a trailer house nearby that wasn't touched by it, but unfortunately, we're seeing that trailer house is currently on fire, completely fully involved. Right now, we're seeing across the way. It's hard to make out through the smoke, but we have seen road graders that have been going around as well, trying to kind of knock down, try to clear the ground a little bit, just give that fire less to burn along the ground. But unfortunately, this is just one of many structure fires that we've been seeing. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, pan off towards kind of the east-northeast right now, looking kind of right around the Old Mill Road area. You can see where that fire is just still rapidly advancing. It's now crossed that road and is moving across. And like I said, this is areas where we're starting to see, of course, those road graders in action. Like we did report on earlier, we did have a view of a helicopter flying around with a water bucket, but we have not seen it since. Not exactly know where it might have been going, perhaps to either pick up some water. But unfortunately, I mean, this is just the latest in a series of structure fires that we've been seeing here with the stinky fire here up in the Bishop Estates area. So we're going to get you another zoomed-in shot right here. Unfortunately, we are seeing a trailer house just completely going up in flames right now. This is kind of looking over towards the Old Mill Road area. This is currently looking north from Two-Deer Trail right now. So we're keeping very close tabs on things, but unfortunately, I mean, there's just been more structure fires than we can count right now, Dave.
Wow, just so dramatic and so disheartening. People are just losing property today. Fortunately, we haven't heard of injuries, fatalities, but these are the days that happens. And one thing I want to point out is sometimes I get the feeling that viewers might tire of us talking about red flag warning, because we get them so often. But I've equated red flag warnings before to tornado watches. We know how destructive a tornado can be. So when we have a tornado watch, there's a heightened level of alertness and people really pay attention. But anytime we have a red flag warning, it's because situations like this develop on those days, and we just have to be ready every time. Not that we can do a lot about it, except be ready to evacuate, be ready to heed warnings, and do what you can to prevent the start of some of these fires. Once they get going, as we've seen today, perfect example, it's just almost impossible to slow those fires down and put them out. I mean, think how many units, think how many resources have been directed out to that fire, and there's no containment. I mean, okay, we got a helicopter. Let's see if it's going to drop its low there. Sheldon, on you on the helicopter.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. We're seeing a helicopter right now. This is looking off towards the west. Really saw him doing some pretty dramatic maneuvers there. I don't know exactly what he was doing there, but he really dipped down low and kind of swung around pretty dramatically. I don't know if that was in an effort to maybe spread water out a little bit better or not, but he pulled off a pretty dramatic maneuver right there. But as it looks right there, I mean, you can tell it looks like he's not having any water there in his bucket. So whatever he did just a second ago, I'd assume that's probably him dropping that water on the flames, as it looks like he might be kind of pulling away now to probably go and refill that bucket. As you can see, he's kind of flying away from where we're at. He's moving off towards the southwest from our current location. So I'm assuming whatever maneuver it was that he pulled there was his way of dropping off that water. So we'll watch for him to return here in just a little bit, Dave.
Gotcha. Thank you, Sheldon. Once again,
But, I mean,
I know it's been a busy day, but a lot of people might be getting off work or looking for coverage. I want to show you exactly where the fire is in respect to Amarillo. It's not threatening the city. If you're in Bushland, a lot of smoke off to your north, but the fire building north of you, it's right around Bishop Hills Estates, Eagle Tree north of there. And if you live in those areas, sometimes there's little neighborhoods that don't get talked about very much, but you know where that is. Highway 1061, the Boys Ranch Highway, just back to the northwest of Amarillo. 1061 is closed. The fire has built up to the highway. Zero containment on it right now, and the fire just continues to, as we saw from Sheldon, destroy structures. So we're watching that. John? Okay. So I'm going to redirect us down to our next fire, the one that's been also the source of evacuations around Crest. John, let's take a look and see what you guys have. Looks like it might be getting a little dramatic down your way.
Yeah, we're starting to see a structural fire just right off of 87 if you're heading towards the north and past Crest. We do have a lot of firefighters out there spraying it down here right now. You can see on our Atlas camera, we do have a little shelter that is on fire along with the house. A lot of smoke is being picked up, but we've seen about 3 to 4 firefighters with water spraying it down. So they're quickly preventing the spread of these fires, but still just across Crest in general, we have really seen these flames pick up in intensity and coverage. And just looking south of downtown Crest, we can't even see it. Just the visibility is just so poor with all of the smoke that is being picked up into the atmosphere along with that dust here as well. And we're turning the Atlas over onto 87 here as well. And again, you're looking just towards the south, and it's completely closed off at this moment in time. So 87 completely closed if you're planning on traveling to Crest, but of course, or at least of course, if you're planning on traveling out of Crest, they're allowing people to get through. But that is the latest update right now. Dave, we're going to send it back to you at the studio.
Thank you, John. Can't help but notice what Sheldon has for us in the top left there. That's this fire again, northwest of Amarillo near Bishop Hills. Looks pretty devastating. Sheldon, can you give us an update?
Yeah, Dave, unfortunately, yeah, this is just another angle of that same structure fire we were showing you just a little bit ago. But if we zoom out a little bit as well, this is looking north from Two Deer Trail. You're seeing that fire is currently kind of climbing up the ridge up this direction. We saw it maybe about 100, 200 feet behind some houses here on Two Deer Trail as well, kind of just back behind us a little bit. I'll kind of swing around that direction as we're seeing, you know, still multiple structure fires, but there's another larger house back this direction, thankfully not on fire right now. But it was certainly getting a pretty close call as fires are kind of getting close to that part of the area. Like I said, oh, there's a helicopter. Let's see what he's going to do here. We're going to follow him. Not exactly sure where they're picking up water from, but we're going to follow along with him right here. Oh, he's going to dip behind that building.
No.
Pull forward, pull forward. Okay, we're going to try to get you a better angle. We'll try to get you close to where this helicopter's at right here. There he goes. Oh, I'm losing him. Yeah, like I said, not entirely sure where he might be picking up water from, but it looks like he's kind of dumping it there in the rivers. Or not rivers, kind of down in that ravine a little bit there, rather. Sorry, excuse me on that, misspoke. But coming in, kind of making his drop right there, and then kind of moving off towards kind of the south there. Not, like I said, not entirely sure where he's picking up water from, but
Let's see, there might be an irrigation pond.
he is making drops in the area though, so they are getting aerial assistance, which is good news here on this fire right now. Pull forward a little bit if you can, just a smidge. Okay. There we go. Now I can see that structure fire.
Multiple screens here that you can look at. And one thing I like to point out, off to the left of me there, you see that satellite image. The dark spots are where we actually have the heat of the fire being picked up on satellite. But you can see it really clearly here. Now when you go over to radar, and that green, of course, we'd love to see rain, and that may be coming in the forecast. That's a takeaway today, but right now, that's a smoke plume coming off the fire in the top left. That's the fire northwest of Amarillo. I think we have some information on the fire down to the south also. Let me take you here on my screen down to Crest. And we have a couple of fires there. This is where John Gormley has been reporting. Lindsay, do you have something on that fire?
Yes, Dave, we have been, of course, talking with Texas A&M Forest Service, and the latest from them on that fire there in Crest, 1,000 acres, 0% contained. However, some really good news. Forward progression of the fire into Crest has been stopped. The fires north and south of Crest continue to burn, and that is, you know, of course, there's multiple agencies on scene of that fire, but again, forward progression into the city of Crest has stopped. Some good news there.
Yeah, we were talking, Dave, we were talking about the landfill fire as well, that voluntary evacuation still going on, obviously. The fire is now 500 acres and 0% contained. FM 1061, which is also Tascosa Road, is closed from State Loop 335 to FM 2381, that's Bushland Road. The fire has now crossed Tascosa Road, which, you know, I don't know what's slowing down this fire except the fact that hopefully someday it burns out, but it's just crazy now, especially when they start jumping roads.
And that's just it, Greg. I don't think it is slowing down. So you mentioned from the loop 335 out to the Bushland cutoff and south, that's what's been closed off. So we'll continue to watch that. Down to the south here, that's our Crest fire. Lindsay mentioned that they've knocked down the progression towards Crest. That's great. But 1,000 acres, I mean, that's a big boy down there, burning off to the northeast. Let's see, Johnny's down there. And we'll get the latest on him. Johnny, just momentarily, or just a little while ago, it looked like you might have had some structures threatened. Has that gotten worse, or were they able to save those?
So the good news is that they were able to save those for the most part. We're still seeing a little bit of smoke, but just as I mentioned in the previous shot we had, there were about 4 or 5 firefighters with water just spraying down the house and the shelter right off to the left of it, and they're still continuing to contain that fire from spreading out. So we're still seeing improving trends with it, definitely not as large as it was about 10 minutes ago. And even just across the northern parts of Crest, we're definitely seeing a major decrease in the smoke coverage. But we're still seeing a lot of dust and even smoke into downtown Crest. So that is the latest as of right now. Dave, we'll send it back to the news desk.
Okay, we'll be revisiting Sheldon here in a few moments, but a good time to talk about some other fires that are going on. They're just not, they haven't prompted evacuations, and they're not threatening communities. So every now and then we've reported on a fire northwest of Canadian, not too far from highways 83 and 23. Pretty wide open out there. Hopefully no farm ranches or farmhouses or ranch houses are being affected, but they're working on that fire also. Remember, south of Amarillo, and I'm not sure if we actually have any flames down, but the Hungate and chocolate chip fires that burned within the last few days, something that's really being watched closely. If nothing else, there's a lot of ash and stuff blowing off of that. And then also, we get down into the southern Donnelly County,
say that again, your
County,
mic quality was really
back
bad.
to the west of Memphis or southwest of Headley. Fires are burning there also. So those are the active fires we have right now. We still have dust storm warnings, dust storm advisories. That's just for good old dust and ash. And then a fire warning where Sheldon is located. And I know they've repositioned. And let's see what the latest is on that. I know you've been tracking helicopters and some support. What's the latest situation there, Sheldon?
Yeah, Dave, we're seeing the helicopter drop right now. Here he comes. There it goes. So there's right where that helicopter is dropping. He flew in right there and dropped off. He's wherever he's getting his water from has got to be pretty close. We're going to set up out here and we're going to wait for him to come back. And this is kind of right in that ravine. So this is an area where that helicopter is dropping right now, is in an area where it would be extremely hard for trucks to get down. We can kind of see some trucks kind of down or
All right, we'll be watching video there. We'll keep you up to date on the fight of that fire. Thank you, Sheldon, for being out there, and Zach Lockwood for driving there also. Okay, dust storm warning, dust storm advisory. Just visibility came down.
You see, there he is. He's going down over
those
there.
56-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
So he's picking it up
We
there.
still have the fire warning, and I need to explain that a little bit. Not every fire gets a fire warning, so it's not like, oh, there's a fire, there's a warning. These are issued at the request of local officials. That means we need to emphasize the dangers. We need to associate some evacuations, some road closures. That's when we get a wildfire warning. So that's what we have on the fire that's out by Bishop Hills. Just wanted to explain that a little bit. Multiple fires going, but that's the only one that we have the fire warning on. Fires, again, not really approaching Amarillo or Canyon or Happy like we had a couple of days ago, but we're watching that. If you're northwest of Canadian, we're going to be watching that. Here's the fire that John Gormley and Gabe Lujan are on down there, watching that fire south of Crest. If you live in Crest, we have great news. They stopped the progression anywhere towards the city. There have been evacuations, still got 87 closed there. Okay, the fire northwest of Amarillo, I think the helicopter's coming back in. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so we just saw that the chopper is probably dipping down just a few miles to our east. We're going to be watching for him to circle around here any second now. He is moving in. He's kind of bringing in a wide approach here. We'll give you a shot as soon as we can see him here. But last time we saw him, he was dropping right about here. But he's picking up water just about a few miles to our east right now. Not exactly sure where that is. But yeah, we're going to be watching for him to approach. It looks like he's kind of staying high altitude right now. Okay, so we're going to move off. We'll see if he's going to come back this way. He might be kind of changing his plan a little bit. Okay, he's moving around a little bit. We can't really see him right now, but we'll wait to see if he comes back this direction. He's getting closer, but he might have changed up a little bit where he's going to drop his water right now. He came and dropped some just right in front of us just about a few minutes ago, but he might be kind of pivoting currently, so we might not see him come back necessarily straight back this direction. We thought maybe he would. But seeing him maybe possibly changing up his plans right now as he kind of staying further off towards the northeast, kind of closer to the Old Mill Road area, Dave.
Visibility is getting so bad.
We got eyes on that. Sheldon will watch along with you. I wanted to point out again, just in case people are wondering where the fire is, it's not burning towards the city. It's burning north of I-40.
No, we tell somebody.
It's burned up to Tascosa Road, 1061, Boys Ranch Highway, around the Bishop Hills area, mainly north of Eagle Tree, up towards Bishop Hills and Bishop Hills Estates. That's the smoke plume we have coming off. Shows you the direction of the wind, and that's the direction that it will be advancing, or at least for the time being. That being said, I've mentioned this a couple times before, but this is not a night that, okay, they start to fight the fire, they get the wind down, drops off, and it gets extinguished quickly. There's really a complicating factor tonight as the cold front comes in. We're going to flip around to a north wind as early as 10 o'clock for that fire, but it might be a little bit after that. Winds shift from the north. They're going to blow 20 to 30. So maybe not quite as strong, but a blustery north wind is going to change the direction that those flames are going to be driven by the wind. So the spread of the fire is going to shift from going from southwest to northeast to north-south. So around those fires that are still burning, that's going to be a complicating factor and something that the responders are going to have to really know about. After midnight, we get at 2 a.m. or so, we get the front down towards the Crest fire. And if that one's still in progress, that'll be a complicating factor there as well. Tomorrow, we've got north winds. We're going to be around 70 degrees. Humidity comes up, and we'll finally start to get a break from these ugly wildfire conditions. So again, the fires that have been really, really noteworthy today have been the landfill fire. They call it the stinky fire, the one that ignited yesterday and gave us a lot of problems. That one got fought, contained for the most part, was still burning, and when these strong winds ripped in today, some of that fire that was in the landfill containment escaped and started burning to the northwest, and they were unable to knock that down, and it really turned into one of the more destructive fires that I've covered. This is going to be a landmark day. This is going to be a day in our history that we really remember. So a lot of takeaways today, but right now we just need to direct our prayers and our thoughts and really lift up the people that are fighting the fires or have property out to the northwest of Amarillo around Bishop Hills. So I think Sheldon's getting a new perspective out there. I see some new terrain, some new images. Sheldon, what's the latest out there?
Yeah, Dave, still sitting out here on Two Deer Trail, still keeping an eye. Generally, all the activity is up to our north. You can see kind of that smoke just kind of racing through kind of this ravine. And the thing is, where we're at on Two Deer Trail, it kind of dead ends right where we're at right now. And so you can see more activity there just to the kind of the northeast of where we're at. You can kind of make off in the distance. You can see a little bit. We can actually see the north side of the loop. And so we are north of the loop right now. But the thing is, you can kind of see where the smoke and the flames are kind of racing through this ravine. Of course, that's where that helicopter was really working to kind of knock things down. We haven't seen him come back since we did see him last. I'm going to kind of flip across here and kind of zoom across. This is one of those structure fires we were keeping an eye on earlier. But one of the big things that we're seeing is with all the blowing dust and all the smoke that's in play right now, visibility is becoming a pretty major issue out here, as it's just getting harder and harder to see things here right now. As you can see what's left of that trailer house that we were watching burn just a little bit ago. So, I mean, definitely our thoughts and prayers are with the folks in this area for sure, because we've seen several structures that have burned just here in the past couple of hours, Dave.
Okay, and our main objective here, Sheldon and the whole team here, is to just continue to feed out information so people know exactly where the fires are, what areas are being threatened, what progress is being made, so you can make decisions. So we'll be providing information until we really think that things are getting under control. Now, I think we have some new news coming in associated with some of these fires. So Greg, Lindsay, what do you guys have?
That's right, Dave. We're talking about Lipscomb County. We haven't really talked about that fire much, but multiple agencies are working to contain a large grass fire near Highway 82 and 23. Perryton, Canadian, Locust Grove, Booker, and Higgins fire crews are on scene to fight that fire, and that blaze is northwest of Canadian between Perryton and Canadian. That is the Lipscomb County fire.
All right, and of course the latest on the Crest fire, that's the one that Johnny and Gabriel have been at. The Crest fire in Swisher County is 1,000 acres and 0% contained. However, some good news, Texas A&M Forest Service says forward progression of that fire into the city of Crest has stopped. However, fires north and south of Crest do continue to burn. Multiple agencies are working to contain those fires. Evacuations are still ongoing for the city of Crest. Buses are running from the school to Claytonville. Swisher County OEM says evacuees can go to the First Baptist Church there in Tulia.
All right, Dave, we were just speculating just a moment ago about the helicopter pilot as he's trying to help with the firefighting issues out in Bishop Hills. It's amazing to watch him, very brave pilot, to be doing that. And we're kind of curious and wondering, where do we think the water is coming from? Because we've discussed several different possibilities, but I guess, are we down to one thought on that?
Well, you know, a lot of speculation, and I don't know the answer to that right now, Greg, but there's some options. One of those is, you know, tanker trucks that may, I don't know, the helicopter get close enough to a tanker truck to get a fill on that bucket. But there's other, you know, water sources around. It just, the chopper would have to fly back and forth to get those. Okay, let's take a look from John Doherty, and we've got one of those trucks that we're talking about that holds large amounts of water. Can we pull that up, Wyatt? Yeah, okay, there you see off bottom left of the screen. Okay, very good. Okay, so we're getting information that the helicopter is actually getting his water at Tradewinds Airport, and I would assume it's from either a tanker truck or a big water source there that they can fill that up. So, you know, it's all hands on deck. Absolutely every resource available is being implemented today, and of course there's a lot of ground crews. Both, you know, everybody knows fire trucks spray water. But we have road graders and blades, and they try to cut a fire line to at least disrupt the vegetation that's being burned. If you can get it down to bare ground, you know, the fire can advance. But then we go to upper level support, and that could be a combination of the helicopter like we're seeing today. There's a blade up there in the top left, bulldozer, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to plow out a fire line, you know, to remove the vegetation. In other words, get rid of the fuel for that fire to use to continue to advance. So if they can do that well out in advance of the progressing fire line, then it gives a spot that it's easier to stop the progression of that fire. You know, trucks can get up there to where the flames should end when they hit that bare soil, and they can spray it down a little easier. But also, I've seen, and we've seen video of fire coverage within the last couple of days, there's different sized airplanes that can come in, and they can drop either water or retardant. I've seen both of those. Sometimes you see that bright red substance that rains down. That's actually a fire retardant substance that gets over everything, and it doesn't burn as readily. So that can slow down the fire also. So we're looking at a couple of fires right now close to Amarillo, and while our crews out there kind of reposition, we'll be looking at some of those. But I wanted to show you, some of our tower cameras. Plenty of smoke visible from Amarillo and Bushland as we scan around, and we've got the smell of smoke. That could be from multiple days of fire. It's just that ash and smoke is just wafting around. Okay, let's go to Sheldon's fire. It looks like they've got some pretty dramatic video there. More structures on fire. Sheldon, what's the latest there?
Yeah, Dave, unfortunately, this is one that we kind of seen crews around kind of trying to battle and make sure it stays clear, but does look like we have another structure that's on fire. That is just off of Blue Quail Drive right now is the structure we're seeing. We're kind of looking straight across Bob White up towards kind of the northwest at kind of the right up near Blue Quail Drive, yes, that's right, of another structure. Unfortunately, it's on fire. We saw crews doing everything they could to try to protect that house, but it does look like, unfortunately, that flames have taken it. We were seeing road graders. We're seeing, you were talking about, of course, those bulldozers making some fire breaks. We saw a man out on his tractor earlier. He was out currently trying to make it. He was out plowing around trying to make a fire break as well. As you can see right there, there's that bulldozer. We've been watching what he's been doing. You can see just a lot of movement in this area. We got fire crews, everybody moving around right now, trying to just keep as many homes safe. But yeah, like I said, unfortunately, this right here off of Blue Quail Drive does look like another house, unfortunately, has caught on fire here in the Bishop Estates area, Dave.
Okay, once again, it's just really troubling to see those images. Every time we come back to the maps, I keep hoping and praying that we've seen the last structure burn, but obviously not quite. Here's what we're dealing with on the wind. Gusting 56 miles per hour earlier. Here's the latest on the numbers. Now, we have the wind gust down, still sizable and still very problematic, but down from 56 to 46. I do think we've seen the peak of the wind, but even on a day that the wind is gusting 35 to 40, it's very difficult to combat a wildfire. They're going to spread rapidly. So we're still at that level that the wind gusts are just way up there, and the relative humidity will not come up until we get that cold front, basically somewhere around 10 p.m. So right now we have the very arid, desert-like relative humidity, about as low as it can get, actually. 6% for Amarillo. Dalhart's in at 5%. 5% over Canadian. It is extremely dry. Okay, I'm listening to Sheldon talk about the low visibility. Why don't you show us, Sheldon? I look on your screen. It's kind of hard to see what's going on.
That's right. So we look to the south right there. It looks like it's, pretty much okay and clear, but panning back to the north and northwest, as you can see, that visibility just erodes rapidly. We're going to get a little bit of a closer look at that structure fire, but as you can see, visibility has just completely gone away here right now, Dave.
Okay, very good. I'm going to take us on back down to the Crest fire. I know if you're watching there, you might have seen the plane drop that red retardant. Johnny's down there, and he's keeping tabs. What do you think, Johnny? Are they getting that fire under control, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. We really haven't seen a whole lot in terms of flames anymore. We continue to see the trends of the smoke and fires go down, and then first responders continue to go up in terms of just helping out. And look at that, we got a huge plane dropping down. Oh wow, that is just an incredible shot, just taking down those flames there, just right onto the field. Great shot there, Gabe. That was awesome there. But yeah, we continue to just see lots of people going by and just stopping the fires with all the water and retardant. And that's what we've been looking at here over the last 20 to 30 minutes or so with this, at least with this particular location. So yeah, all good trends here as of right now, but just because of the large extent of the debris that has been burned. We talked about 1,000 acres burned, so we're looking at a major drop in visibility just because of all the smoke that is being picked up. And you could just see the field there with all the black. That is all just burnt brush and grass over the fires here with the last couple hours with these fires really been picked up. But over the last couple of, I would say 30 minutes or so, we've seen these fires really improve across this area. So good trends as of right now. Dave, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, fantastic coverage down there. It's great to see those planes come in and drop like that, because that's what it takes to really help out on getting those fires under control. And I think Lindsay, Greg, you have something on that fire that we just looked at. What's the latest information?
Yeah, just a really quick update from Texas A&M Forest Service. We're told that Crest fire is now 40% contained, still at 1,000 acres, but wonderful news. It seems like they're getting that containment quickly on that fire.
You know, Thursday I remember coming out here to do the 6 o'clock. At that point we were talking about 25 or so fires around the area. And I went out of town for the weekend. I'm driving back today, of course, going through Canyon on I-27 and seeing all the scorched land. And Thursday, driving out, or Friday, it's a huge billow of smoke on the horizon that morning. And to see the devastation, you know, coming back today, I was like, wow, this is just unbelievable. So, Dave, it's just been crazy. What, 34,000 acres burned with that Hungate fire, and roughly 95% contained. We haven't really talked about that one because so much has been going on around here.
Exactly. I mean, it's when we look back over this fire season, it's going to be one of our worst. And we've had, you know, over the last few years, some devastating situations. We just, you know, really hate to have to cover this, but I know we're playing an important role so people can be informed, know where the fires are, where they're headed, and you know what we can expect over the next couple days. This is our outlook today, and it's just as bad as fire conditions get, extreme. And I've mentioned this before. I think if we had another level or two above this, we'd probably have it. But just know that you know, fire conditions don't really get worse than we've had out there today. That's why we've been in a first alert situation. If we're in a first alert, that means we got all of our resources engaged to cover everything and get the information out that you really can't get anywhere else. You know, we know that you rely on us. And you can catch us on TV, you can catch us on
do it so stay out of the way, yeah.
Facebook,
do what you can to stay out of their way
first. We try to get out there so no matter where you are, even on your phone,
after that,
you know what's going on. Now let's get back to our wind. This is going to be an issue tonight. Cold front comes in. Now eventually this is going to help us out. It's going to bring in some cooler air. It's going to raise our humidity. The wind will actually drop off a bit once the front goes by. But with fires that are ongoing, that's going to be a wind shift that drives the spread in another direction. So we got a wind shift coming in somewhere around 10 or 11 p.m. here for Amarillo, and we'll be watching that. Of course, there's our satellite.
Sheldon has something.
Okay, we'll come back to this in a moment. I think Sheldon's got an important video to show us. Sheldon, what you got?
Yeah, Dave, unfortunately, yeah, just yet another structure fire. So if you remember that trailer house that was on fire just a little bit ago, this just looks to be about another couple hundred feet behind where that trailer house was on fire. As you can see, you can see the smoldering embers there in the foreground. You can see there's still a fire going on just in what's left of that trailer house. And then just behind it a little ways, there is another structure that's on fire right now. And I mean, just off the top of my head, I mean, that's got to be the 7th or 8th structure that we've seen on fire just here in the Bishop Hills estate. We've just basically been zigzagging along Two Deer Trail, and unfortunately we just keep seeing structures on fire in different places. So this is kind of looking across that ravine. This is looking north from the Two Deer Trail. Here we go. We got the helicopter coming in right here. We'll try to zoom out real quick. See if I can get it quick enough here. Got the helicopter coming in to make some more drops.
I'll move with you, okay?
Okay.
Take it real easy.
So of course, you know, with the way the terrain is over here, there he goes. There he dropped his water. Just makes, I mean, that terrain is just, it's so hard for those fire crews to get in and around. And so, I mean, thankfully they've got these, you know, the aerial crews, and when those helicopters drop their water like that, he gets out of here in a hurry. But unfortunately, just several, I mean, structure fires just ongoing around the area, but good to see at those aerial crews. I mean, these winds out here are pretty nasty. Visibility's been an issue at times, but it's been great to see just the simple fact that helicopter can still, the conditions are just good enough that that helicopter can get in here and help knock those flames down at least a little bit here. I'm going to send another video kind of across the ravine right here, as we might see just kind of what's left of something. You can see some fire crews walking around. Just some more buildings kind of across, kind of in the Old Mill Road area. Doesn't appear to be any structure fires right there. Possibly what could be, not sure if that's something that burned or if that's something that was left before. But there you can see some damage there as well. See firefighters walking around out here.
Okay, still listening to Sheldon there. Just some Some really good coverage, but devastating images that we share with you there, so you know exactly what's going on. Again, our concern tonight, and we were just discussing this here in the studio, is what's going to happen when this cold front comes in. You know, think about a wildfire, then all of a sudden the wind shifts, and it'll start driving the fire another way. Now, on the north edge of that fire, okay, that will bring that part of the fire down across what's already burned, but the southern edge of the fire will be pushed into new territory, new vegetation, and if there's more structures down that way, then those become threatened. So this is something we think the front for the current fire there that Sheldon's on, somewhere around 11 p.m., give or take a little bit. We're going to watch the timing of that front. That's the projection by now. I kind of doubt that that's going to be fully under control by 11 p.m. So that's something that we'll be monitoring tonight. And then after midnight, the fire that Johnny and Gabe are on down around Crest, hopefully they're going to get some more containment. They're making some progress on that one, but shift comes in there more like 2 a.m. or so. Once we get this front through, good things happen. First of all, temperatures go down and the humidity goes up. Here's the fire that Sheldon continues to report on. The structures that have been burning are not too far from Bishop Hills Estates, north side of Eagle Tree, in that area, but not really into Amarillo. Again, 1061 Tascosa Road, Boys Ranch Highway is closed from the loop, which is right here. And it goes on out to the Bushland Cutoff and south. That's the stretch that is closed right now. So anybody coming in, say from Channing or Valley d'Oro or Boys Ranch, Dalhart, if you're coming down 1061, you need to take that Bushland Cutoff down to I-40, and then you can come on in. A lot of evacuations that Lindsay and Greg have been reporting on. Take you down to our southern fire. Here's the one at Crest that has been very large, but progression was knocked down before it actually came into Crest. Some good news, the evacuations down there. This is where John Gormley, Gabe Lujan are stationed, and been a couple minutes since we had an update from them. Johnny, you want to give us the latest on what's happening down there around Crest?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. We continue to see improving trends across Crest in terms of the fires. We did talk to first responders. They did give us permission to move a little bit more south of 87. We also did get word that there were 2 barns that were under fire over the last couple of hours. The first one, unfortunately, did collapse due to the flames, and you can see that over on our Atlas camera right now, just completely over on its side where it's just been burnt to the ground there. And then if we move our Atlas over towards the left, we are watching another barn that is right now on fire, but you can see the amount of first responders that is on that fire right now. So it is quickly being contained, which is of course the good news. Over the last 10 to 20 minutes, we haven't seen any planes fly by, so we're assuming that they are refueling at this point in time. But we continue to see visibility get dropped as wind gusts continue to howl across Crest, and we continue to see these fires be contained across Crest here as well. So that is the latest updates here as of right now. Just watching this the shelter and barn here being under fire here, but we are seeing first responders taking care of it as of right now. Back to you, Dave.
Okay, sounds like we're getting some good news there. We also have, I think, an update on containment and progress on the combating that fire. Lindsay, Greg, what's the latest there?
The latest was 1,000 acres for the Crest fire. Containment now at about 40%, so still a long way to go, but we've seen the larger aircraft coming in with the retardant that's helping extinguish those flames, so hopefully that'll be done here very shortly. But massive fires going on around Crest. And in case you're wondering about the school children, they were taken down to Claytonville for safety purposes.
Yeah, and we just heard of a new evacuation on the Stinky Fire. Of course, that's the one that we've been watching in Bishop Hills. There is a voluntary evacuation for the Charmin Loop, and that's coming from Potter County Sheriff Brian Thomas. So that's a new one. And let's go ahead and reiterate, too, some of these mandatory evacuations. Again, we have Two Deer Trail, White Trial Avenue, Bishop Estates, Eagle Tree, Quail Canyon, Bishop, Ranches, Alta Vista Estates, Dripping Springs, Silver Point, Angus Trail, Kachina Drive, Dons Drive, White Hills Trail, McKenzie Trail. You're asked to go to the church at Quail Creek, which is at Tascosa Road, or the church at Bushland, and that's located at 1800 South FM 2381.
And Dave, when the direction of the wind changes later on, is there a break in the velocity of that wind as the wind shifts around?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be quite as strong. Remember, we've got some 56 here today. I think when the front shifts, we'll probably gust like 35, something like that. So still a formidable wind, and still going to be problematic, just not quite as strong. And it will be cooler and a little more humidity in the air. All right, I think Sheldon's got... Sheldon, you got another structure burning out there? Is that what you have?
Yeah, Dave, it's quite possible. It's kind of across the ravine. Dirt is kind of making it hard to really get a clear shot of things. But you can see that one right there, kind of hard to make out. But we're going to pull out a little bit here and also kind of pan off towards kind of the west right now. We've been keeping an eye on this structure as well. This is the one off Blue Quail Drive. We've kind of updated you about this one a couple of times. It appears the roof is smoking, but at least from this angle, we don't see any fire crews necessarily on it. We don't see any open flames either, but clearly some smoke billowing off the roof of that house. And then this house here off of Bob White Trail, you can see fire crews, and also that bulldozer is kind of there on that embankment trying to make a little bit of a fire break, kind of clear off some of that brush, give it a little less to burn there. You can see road graders doing lots of work as well. I mean, just a very busy scene here. Been generally just a few run-ins with that helicopter. He's kind of pulled around here, only going and coming and going in just a matter of a couple of minutes. I have seen at times, I don't know if it's necessarily what's happening here, but I have seen situations where fire crews almost kind of deploy almost kind of a hard pool of sorts that they can go and dip those buckets into. And so I'm not sure if that's exactly what's happening here or not, if maybe a water tanker went and filled up one of those almost temporary pool type things.
I think there's flames coming off that building now.
Okay, might have. Okay, let's pan over to that.
I think I saw some flames coming out the
helicopter coming in. 4 o'clock.
Gotcha.
He's coming in right behind us, coming over towards kind of this ledge over here.
Gotcha.
I mean, this helicopter's making his passes in just a matter of a couple of minutes at a time here, so he's really making quick work of things here, but I'm curious to see what he's going to do, as he's really been pulling off some pretty wild maneuvers, I gotta say, as he's climbing right now. Moving around a little bit. Not sure where he's going unless he's deciding to go somewhere else there. Didn't drop his water on that one. Deciding to go somewhere else. He never dropped his water.
No, he didn't. Unless he's going over there.
Yeah, maybe he decided they needed to put it somewhere else.
Oh, there's flames on that building from across the way now.
Are there?
Yeah, over here, straight ahead.
Oh, yep, I see it. Yep,
That's
I'm with
a new
you.
structure fire.
Okay, so we're gonna see what he's doing here real quick. He looks like he's slowing down a little bit. Okay, pull out a little bit here. Is it that one right there I'm zooming in on?
No.
Yep. Seeing another structure here on fire. This is looking across that ravine. This is looking kind of the northwest from where we're at on Two Deer Trail right now. So looking across the way to an area that we can't quite get to via a road, as it's kind of across that ravine right now. But it looks to be yet another structure fire right now.
I think that's the yard that John and I were in yesterday when we were looking at this fire.
Really?
Yeah.
Man. I think I'm starting to see flames on this closer structure fire as well, as it looks like that house is starting to go up a little bit, unfortunately. Let's zoom in right here. Yeah, so this is off of Blue Quail Drive. If I'm not mistaken, that does look like maybe some flames kind of in that window there on the side of the house. It's just seeing terrible scenes here of just several structures that are going up in flames right now. Golly, just terrible scenes here in Bishop Estates right now as we've seen several structure fires here this afternoon. And fire crews, I mean, just absolutely doing everything they can, but these flames are just moving so quickly. Looks like the roof's coming apart. Look at that. Oh my goodness, look at that. The roof's coming apart on it.
Oh no. Yep. See,
It's starting to blow, yeah. Look at that. It's blowing around a little bit. Let's keep a close eye on that. Not sure if the roof's gonna try to blow off or not. It was definitely tilting there for a second, it looked like. I don't know if that was just the camera or if that's what actually was happening there. There's fire trucks driving around in the background, and there you can see right there, I mean, just dust making it so hard to see. And that's the thing about it too, is I mean, you have the dust, you have the smoke blowing around. Of course, you've got, we'll zoom out a little bit here. We've got the bulldozers, we've got the road graders out, making these fire breaks, which of course is an absolute necessity in this situation. So I mean, we absolutely can't blame them for doing what they're doing here, as these bulldozers and road graders are going in and clearing that ground and basically just giving that fire nothing to work with to at least slow it down a little bit. But also at the same time, it is kicking a lot of dust up into the air, which is, definitely hindering visibility a little bit. But of course, that's a small price to pay to, of course, give the firefighters any chance to slow down these flames as they still continue to advance here in just so many different fronts. Right now, as we've got some flames here down around 5 o'clock as well. They're just, flames just about on every side right
Looks like
now.
they've made quite an improvement behind us. That plume that we had before is nowhere as pronounced. So I think those crews that lined up behind us are doing a lot of
They're doing some good work. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Because that line was coming up right behind those houses.
Yeah, we're seeing flames we were seeing flames right along this edge here, and thankfully we're not seeing that right now, which is great to see. So hopefully those containment efforts are making some progress right now. But still, I mean, the problem is that we're kind of seeing, like I said, Zach and I, we literally just been on 2 Deer Trail almost this whole time. And it's just, I mean, we're just zigzagging because these fires are being, fought on so many fronts. There's not just one spot where firefighters can focus right now. It's just in so many different places that these firefighters are really working on knocking these flames down right now, and it's making it just so difficult for them right now. As you can see, some black smoke billowing in there up in the distance there off towards the east. Not exactly sure what that might be, as unfortunately 2 Deer Trail does kind of lead off and just kind of it does kind of trail off and become a dead end, so it does make it hard to continue to move that direction. We'd have to really reposition here.
That smoke looks a lot better on the radar than it did.
Yeah, it really does. Let's switch over to, let's see. Let's go to, switch over to the, see if we can see the hot spots. So there we go, there's our hot spot.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Those trees are catching right underneath that house.
Yeah, they are.
It's going to be some hard burning fuel for it.
Yeah, that house is going up completely right now.
So right now the winds are coming out of which direction?
Kind of right around this direction right here. Southwest winds blowing northeast.
Okay.
Is kind of what they're doing right now.
And what kind of shift are we looking at later tonight?
Tonight they're going to shift that way.
So a lot of these lines that the firefighter might be making are to serve the fire from spreading due to the wind now.
Yeah, it might be some proactive fire breaks, trying to, like I said, when it does turn out of the north, because we know that wind shift is going to be coming. And so if you know that wind shift is coming, you can sit there and put a bunch of fire breaks on the south sides of it, so when that front does hit, that just gives it one less place to go.
Exactly.
That's something we saw with the Smokehouse Creek fires. Obviously that fire was so much larger. I mean, millions of acres. But that was one where it was burning, west to east like this one is. But then that cold front hit late in the evening and started pushing the flames to the south. And so if they can preemptively, put some fire breaks south of these lines, that will certainly, help stop that spread, or at least make it a little bit, mitigate that threat at least a little bit, and hopefully save. Because, I mean, that's the thing right now is, where we're at here in 2 Deer Trail, there's so many more houses to our south. right now. And so if they can keep those flames from moving this direction when that front turns those winds, I mean, that would certainly be a good thing, because that would make for an even worse situation if those flames could advance this way where we're at right now.
Right.
Do we want to advance, try to see if we could get to that Blue Quail Drive?
Yeah. Let's get back over there.
Dust is really kind of obscuring things. We got, bulldozers right here continuing to make fire breaks around these houses. So they're continually doing some, great work there as well. Lots of fire trucks moving around. So right now we're moving west down Two Deer Trail. Gonna maybe see what it looks like on Blue Quail Drive. Maybe just get a bit of a different perspective if we can get there. Oh my goodness, yeah, that house is coming apart.
Oh no.
That house that's on fire, it's starting to come apart over there.
We'll get y'all a good shot on this. Oh Lord.
Yeah, the roof is coming off that house. Oh my goodness, okay, here we go.
Oh no.
So the wind's about to take that roof clean off of this house, so we're gonna zoom in on it, let you see this here. As it's starting to kind of come apart a little bit and getting whipped around in, 50-mile-an-hour winds. It'll be interesting to see what happens there if that roof does ultimately blow off that house. There's lots of dust blowing through right now and just...
Oh no, there it goes.
It's collapsing in right now.
Pray for your neighbors, folks.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Definitely praying for the folks of the Bishop Estates area and just anyone in the line of these fires, because it's just seeing how fast it moves and just how quickly it becomes destructive is just, it's hard to put into words. Really what we're seeing out here is these fire crews, doing absolutely everything they can to save as many of these structures, but it's just, there's only so much you can do in situations like this, is that flames coming out of the roof of that house now.
And that road that's right behind the house, that's the first road that we came into when we came out here.
Right.
The fires had not reached that side yet, and that was only 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we were watching the flames. They were actually kind of further off towards the north, and then things kind of sparked up to our southwest, and then that's what's kind of moved in right now and really just kind of taken over this area. And I think that was really what kind of kicked off what we're seeing right now, is when those flames moved in from the southwest. It went from what looked like a manageable situation to just completely out of control in just mere minutes.
It just ran so quickly, and that's what was displayed as we were looking at the structure fires across the street as they were climbing up the hill.
Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah, seeing it go up the hill is, yeah.
So right now we're on Bob White Drive.
Oh my goodness.
Lord. It's coming right up the hill right here too.
Right up near his house. Yep, there's those trees. Yeah, we'll pan off. That's the thing out here. It's just every direction you look, there's just, there's not, like I said, there's not just one front on this fires. Every direction you look, there's flames climbing a hill. They're, coming up over a ridge, as you can see, just kind of looking over the top of this pickup right there. There were some trees down there that were on fire, and now you see it's encroaching up here. We saw those bulldozers doing everything they can to save this house, which so far does look like it's completely untouched here on Bob White Drive. You can see in this little ravine, there's flames down in the ravine as well, kind of below where the structure fire is right now. I would say so far, at least of what we've seen, which we can't really see that much, but this is looking at Blue Quail Drive right now. This is the only structure I've seen go up in flames. It did look originally like there was a few that were really being threatened, and there might still be some more issues happening in other places, but it's just simply so hard to see over there, and right now we're absolutely going to stay out of the way of the firefighters. I'll let them do their work, because obviously, like you said, you're seeing just some very dramatic and very just shocking situations. Here as we're on Bob White Drive looking northwest towards Blue Quail Drive. You can see some fire trucks off in the distance as well, just a little bit further up from it. But of course, like I said, just doing absolutely everything they can to try to just mitigate that threat to as many places as possible, as all these houses are so far spread apart, which, you know, is a gift and a curse, really, because the thing about it is you're going to have these, you know, structures catching nearby structures on fire, at least looking at where we are right now. But at the same time, though, sometimes that can make it really hard to, you know, see things. Oh, yep.
You see that over there? That's another structure fire.
Got another structure fire.
Let me pull up a little bit, because I think...
Looking across the ravine here. Yep, there we go.
Lord.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so we're going to pan down a little bit. This is kind of across the ravine here, so I'm not exactly sure which road that is.
I'm going to look it up.
Looks like perhaps maybe an outbuilding right there, perhaps like a pump house, something like that. It's a small structure.
So that looks to be off of Estates Drive.
Estates Drive, okay. Estates
So again,
Drive.
this is on the northern portion of this neighborhood that's inaccessible through roads, but...
Right, you'd have to get there from Tascosa Road, which of course,
Yeah.
as we know, is dealing with their own issues over there as well right now. But that looks to be maybe a small outbuilding. I'm not entirely sure. Lots of black smoke coming off of it. I mean, we're just seeing structure fire after structure fire, unfortunately.
They haven't seen that helicopter in a little while.
That is true,
So
yeah.
it makes me wonder if conditions might have gotten worse for him.
They've either got worse for him or if he's further along the line, perhaps. Because we're kind of on the back side of it right now,
Yeah.
where everything kind of started with, of course, you know, everything's moving to the northeast.
Oh,
Here in a little bit, if this clears up, if we can get a little bit further down, want to get a better look at that and see if we
Yeah.
can look down
Yeah.
that way,
Let's do it.
might get a bit of a better vantage point.
Yeah.
This might be a guy worth visiting with if we can at any point, but he's obviously he's busy right now. He's the guy who's been out plowing around.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you can see it getting up this other side here.
So this is...
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Keep going forward, though. Are we?
Okay.
All right, first alert team coverage of our devastating fires. First alert team coverage here. Of course, we've got the units in the field, kind of watching things here on radar and getting news reports in and everything like that. I wanted to point out, you know, one of the factors tonight is going to be that wind shift. We've had winds out of the southwest, but they're about to shift. In fact, we've had...
Winds are whipping right now.
In fact, we can see on satellite that the front has already gone down into the Oklahoma Panhandle, so it's making progress. We think it's going to make it on down to Amarillo something like 11 p.m. We'll just have to kind of wait and see on that, but of course that's going to be a complicating factor.
I think things are
to fighting these
settling
fires.
down here.
And Sheldon was kind of discussing that if you can get a fire break south of the fires where they are located now, that might help when we get that wind shift coming a little bit later on. So something like 11 p.m. around Amarillo, give or take a little bit. Sometimes those fronts can accelerate and get here a little bit earlier. And then further down to the south, of course, we got the wildfire down around Crest. That might be more like 1 or 2 a.m. But once again, that will redirect the direction that wildfires are burning and spreading. So we're going to watch that very carefully. These are current winds still out of the southwest, but we don't have a reporting station on this map from Cimarron County. We'll start to see that, I think, within the next hour or so. We'll see some of these starting to point from the north. So that front is making progress, and we'll continue to watch that as we get on into the evening. As we go ahead a little bit, some good news. Once we get that front in, humidity goes up, and the wind speeds go down, temperatures go down. So this should be the last of several days in a row that we've looked at extreme wildfire conditions. We got satellite. Okay, this is really neat. So this is the satellite that we use. It's infrared, so it's picking up heat. That's what this satellite image does. It doesn't look for, you know, clouds or water vapor. It looks for heat. So that black spot, that's the actual heat from the wildfire that Sheldon is reporting on there. There's a fire up in Kansas. The fire down to the south, we might have made some progress there. But notice this gray area right here. So remember, if we're looking at temperatures, this is cooler air coming in behind the front. And we can see it very clearly. We know exactly where that front is. So Kenton is right there. The wind shift has gone through there. It's about to come on through, looks like Keys. In fact, I'd be really interested to know our viewers in Keys, if you'll message us or let us know when you get that wind shift. That should be within the next 15 minutes or so. And then Boise City, places like Guyman, we'll get that wind shift probably within the next hour or so. And then we'll just kind of watch the progress, see if it's speeding up or slowing down a little bit. I think it might speed up a little bit as that moves on down our direction. So that's just one of the weather factors that we're going to kind of track as we get into tonight. We're watching all aspects of this devastating fire situation. On this satellite, you'll be able to see the smoke. Here's the smoke coming off the fire west of Amarillo. And this, you know, looks like an ongoing fire. And this is going to be the combination of what's left of the fire down at Hungate and Chocolate Chip, the ash that's getting blown up, you know, from the fires yesterday. But we can see these things very clearly. This is a visible image, so this is like taking a picture. Off to the east, these are thunderstorms over in Oklahoma. That's what happens on the other side of the dry line, where you have moisture. That's just an explosion of heavy thunderstorms. But when you're back on the dry side, what you're going to get is dust and fires, kind of like we have out there today. I tell you what, let's go down to the southern part of the area. I've seen some of the smoke coming off that Crest fire. Johnny Gormley down there, Gabe Lujan. Let's see what the latest is with that other fire that prompted some evacuations earlier down around Crest. How's it looking down there, Johnny?
Thank you, Dave. It is looking a lot better. The barn that we've been tracking over the last 30 minutes or so has completely been erased. We are not seeing a fire anymore with that barn. And we continue to see a large escalation with the first responders crew here as well. To put things more into perspective, we've seen first responders from Humble and then also down into Fort Bend. They are all the way down into Houston, so they've been driving about 8 to 9 hours to get up into this area to help stop these fires over in Crest. So that is just amazing news that everyone across the state of Texas is coming up here to stop these fires over in the Panhandle. But that's pretty much the only big update that we've seen right now. We continue to see a major drop in the fires here over in Crest, and we are currently over on the northern sections of Crest here right now. And we continue to see a major increase in the presence of first responders here. So overall, good news here so far, Dave. We haven't seen anything that has been standing out over the last 30 minutes to an hour.
To our ears there, Johnny, we appreciate that. Good news associated with the fire. They're making good progress on getting that one under control. You folks in Crest are going to be okay. Great to hear that, but I want to bring you back to the fire up to the north. We got an update. Greg and Lindsay have some news, some developments with some of the fires. Let's get the latest from them.
Yeah, Dave, thank you. We're going to continue reporting on a little bit of some good news. We're told that the Stinky Fire is now 5% contained, and you know that's great news whenever we're sitting here watching our neighbors' homes burning, to see a little bit of that good news that they're starting to get some containment. Also, you know, just going through social media, seeing all the outpour of support for our community members. People are already reaching out, which is what we do here. You know, we take care of our own, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And
we also understand Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, all the animals have been evacuated, so that's good news there as well. But, you know, it's so disheartening and upsetting, really, to see all these homes burn the way they have been this afternoon. And, you know, our hearts go out to those homeowners and families that are losing their homes like that. It's just, you know, we can just sit here and kind of watch that, but you put yourself in their shoes and their situations. It's just terrible. And, you know. Yeah, and our digital team is staying on top of this as well. They're continuously updating our website, newschannel10.com. You can continue to follow along there. And also the Lipscomb County fire. Multiple agencies are working to contain a large grass fire near Highway 82 and 23. Perryton, Canadian, Locust Grove, Booker, and Higgins fire crews are on scene to battle the Lipscomb County fires. So Dave, again, so many fires going on. This is 4 straight days now of this, and it's just been unbelievable and unreal to watch.
Yeah, we really hate the timing because we're going to start to get relief from the devastating conditions, you know, the real dangerous conditions. We'll start to get some relief tomorrow. So I wish we could have backed that up a couple of days. But unfortunately, today's kind of the climax, I think, Here's our fire out to the northwest of Amarillo, the one that has been consuming the homes and all the property. I think I hear Sheldon involved in some conversation out there, more flames. All right, Sheldon, time for an update from you. What you got there?
We're on Dawes. Hey Dave, yeah, we're on Dawes Drive right now. This is looking kind of off towards, we kind of advanced further east, kind of keeping an eye on the leading edge of this fire. So we're still on the Stinky Fire right now. We kind of left the Two Deer Trail area. As you can see, it's kind of on that leading edge right now of just how fast that this fire is advancing through the region, as we're a few miles down from where we were at earlier. And you can see kind of right along this edge right here where those flames are just continuing to advance. And so the fire is still just rapidly moving right now. You can see this kind of off the backside, still a little bit a ways from this house right now. You can see right there just how fast that fire is moving, climbing these hills, and then kind of up here. You can see right there where it's up on this leading edge as well.
Maybe I should get a better perspective up there.
Possibly. That, or you can get down here too, see how far this road will let you go. So we're turning onto McKenzie Trail. We're gonna turn kind of southwest on McKenzie Trail. We got some fire crews down here as well. See people putting their cars inside of the arena there, surrounding them with dirt, so might keep the flames away at least a little bit. So we're on McKenzie Trail right now, as you can see.
Holy.
Right below this outbuilding down here. They got a sprinkler running down here, just trying to, saturate the area. But as you can see, just behind it there, about couple hundred feet, that fire is raging right now. This is looking kind of to the northeast at the Stinky Fire. We're on McKenzie Trail, looking northeast right now at that fire, just continuing to advance. Just burning everything in its path.
Wow.
Good.
So she wants to.
Sheldon, I notice it's deceptively green in that picture, and I know what it is. We've got the mesquites and those small trees that have leafed, and it looks green, but all of the vegetation, the grass, the tall grass underneath, appears to be dead. Is that what we're looking at? Just basically still dead grass, even though on the picture there, it looks like it's kind of green. Is that the situation?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. So, you're seeing all the grass there at the ground level is just completely dead here currently. And the thing about it is, even with those green trees right now, the problem with it is that, like I said, that fire is going through all those grassy areas. And that is just, you can see it's just consuming all those trees anyways, even though they are green and they are leafing out right now. You can see they're still being consumed anyways because it's continuing to advance through all that dead grass right now, Dave.
Can you see that fire line that's spreading?
Yeah, we'll pan back up to the northeast a little bit here. Along that leading edge of the fire line, we can watch how fast it'll advance through that dead grass.
Okay, and by the way, so many entities involved here that we really need to commend, give shout outs. Man, just watch some of the videos there. Look how many trucks you're seeing. That's XL. Starting to check lines and shutting off power in areas that should poles go down, it may initiate new fires. So we got those crews, we got blades, bulldozers, road graders, we got fire trucks, we got tanker trucks, we got air support, and just individuals that are in there. And I'm going to go ahead and include, Sheldon Brashears and Zach Lockwood. They're doing a fantastic job maneuvering all the new fires and finding all the spots that people are at risk and are threatened. And we're getting that information out. And, it's just everything we can do. But what it comes down to is what the fire is going to do. And there's just no control over that. So we just need to be lifting up and praying for, the best situation for the responders to get out there and be able to do something to knock these fires down. I think 5% containment so far. Okay, we'll take it, but we've got a long way to go. And we're looking out there. Just watch the video, and you can see again the location on radar there where we have the fire, and very obvious that green plume. That's how thick the smoke is. The radar beam comes around there. Normally that bounces off raindrops. But if the smoke is thick enough, like it is here, the radar beam bounces off, and we can see that very clearly. It also depicts exactly the direction that the wind is blowing, from southwest to northeast, and that's the direction that fire would currently spread from southwest to northeast. So we know that it's spread up to 1061 Tascosa Road. Yeah, I got you, Sheldon. You want to? I'm seeing the flames there. You want to give us an update?
Yeah, Dave, still sitting on McKenzie Trail right now, looking to the northwest. We're seeing fire trucks move in. I mean, just these crews, like we said, just doing everything they can to, keep these flames at least a little bit regulated. We've got a few outbuildings over here, thankfully not being immediately threatened, but as we've, well documented up to this point, further back towards Two Deer Trail, unfortunately, several structures that direction have burned. But the thing is, I mean, as that, the fire is burning, up to the northeast, as we well documented, being pushed by that wind. But the problem is once it gets into that drier grass, it can expand in just about whatever direction that grass is. And so unfortunately, that does bring it closer to some of these buildings. We see some sprinklers that have been set out as well. Folks just trying to do everything they can to try to, mitigate that risk to their property right now. Dave?
Okay, and we've been seeing some images. We'll get it up here for you if it becomes viable. We got livestock. So think about all of the structures and the homes and everything. We got a lot of animals involved also, and of course we reported that the Wild West Wildlife Rehab area has been evacuated. They've got all those animals safe. That's good. But with fences burning or just livestock in the path of fires, we're having to watch some of that as people try to attempt to keep the animals safe as well. So you guys just give me a thumbs up if we get that. We had a shot of a cow a few minutes ago out in the middle of a roadway. Okay, so there's the fire west of Amarillo, and this is a good opportunity. I don't want to neglect other areas. We have other wildfires burning that we want to report on. Of course, we've got the one down south near Crest. John Gormley, Gabe Lujan been reporting on that. Okay, so let's come back. Okay, let's take this shot. Okay, see, notice out to the left, or bottom left of the screen there. That's cow just out, trotting around. I don't know what happened there, but we've got a cow loose, and there may be a lot of that with fences going down. They have to cut fences sometimes to get a truck into a location, or sometimes they're trying to corral animals to get them on trailers and get them trucked out of there. So that can be complicated. That's just another concern, and we need to be mindful of that. We got a lot of people's livelihoods right there in livestock. So we'll keep an eye on that. Up above me there, again, you see cattle. They can be threatened. A couple days ago, we had the shot of the horses running out, trying to outrun flames. It's just heartbreaking sometimes, but again, just another aspect of this. Okay, another fire. This is between Canadian and Perryton, highways 83 and 23. We've had a large fire out there that's being fought by multiple entities out that way.
They have a plane.
Okay, here's, this will be back out north. Is this, okay, yeah, this is our stinky fire. The one near Bishop Hills, looks like we're
Mike, turn off.
Aircraft instead of just a helicopter. We'll see what he will do. Sometimes, and I notice when I've been out covering fires, sometimes they'll make a pass, get an assessment of what their target area is, and then they'll fly. Sometimes the red substance you see raining down, that's going to be fire retardant. It doesn't burn readily. Or sometimes it can be water. We'll just wait and see on that. But while we're waiting on the plane there, and here he comes in, it looks like. Still looking at the Hungate fire area. We've seen a lot of smoke, probably some residual smoldering going on with that fire. And then also between Headley and Memphis, back in the southern part of Donnelly, northern Hall County, we've had a fire there. So
I'm just hearing that evacuations in Crest have been lifted.
good deal. Okay, just got a report there. If you're in Crest, all evacuation orders have been lifted. We're going back to normal down that way. Great news. Again, they're containing that fire, putting it out. All evacuation notices have been discontinued there. Great news there. Yeah, I'm hearing Johnny kind of reiterate that down there on that fire. Okay, we're still watching the cold front. Keep walking over like I can touch that map. I can't. That's a whole nother screen there. But anyway, we're watching, and you can see the smoke billowing up from all of our fires, but we also have a cold front coming away.
Come on, find your focus.
Of most importance, and
That's crazy.
fire.
Everything went
oh,
up
there we
and
go.
then
There's
went out.
There we go.
This is all smoke.
That's a C-130 style.
Smoke and dust. You know, we had advisories for dust storm. Of course, we got the visibility from smoke. This is actually, I think,
I don't know
this
what
is
he's
more
doing.
dust and ash. This would be smoke coming off the fire that Sheldon is reporting on. Looks like we're burning out here. That's going to be near the New Mexico line, Quay, and Oldham counties. In fact, I might see if somebody gets information on that. I wasn't aware of that one. Do we have a fire near Quay and Oldham County line up there? Okay. Okay. Northwest of Dallam County, and there's our plane. Let's take that full. Okay, let's. No, we went around.
That's all right.
Went behind a house, but just know that
We just lost visual behind the house.
And then right here, this is going to be our cold front. It's going to move south and start to shift that wind direction. Yeah, I can go to IR. We'll flip it over, and this will be very plain. Yeah, that's making progress. So our friends in Keys getting the wind shift right now. We've already had it at Kenton, and probably another 15 minutes we'll have that at Boise City. So that's our wind shift that'll be pushing down to the south. The black spot you see, that's the ongoing fire that's only 5% contained near Bishop Hills. And that's the most evident fire in our area. I see another one up there in Kansas. But we have a lot of technology to help us track fires and weather events, unfortunately, not to combat them. So I'm going to bring it back out to the fire that Sheldon is on. And see, Sheldon, did they drop in retardant or water out of those planes? What did you notice?
Yeah, Dave, so that is actually a C-130 plane that we've been watching out here. It's called a slurry bomber. It's dropping fire retardant in places. We haven't seen it drop on the specific fire that we're on, but we have seen it make a couple of passes. So that is a C-130, just massive military-style aircraft called a slurry bomber. Been getting that from some firefighter friends passing along some info, keeping an eye on flights in the area. We had that helicopter that was dropping water buckets earlier, but now we're watching that slurry bomber. That is a C-130 aircraft dropping that fire retardant right now.
There's a shot right there.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, it's a Lockheed C-130 Hercules aircraft.
Wow.
Okay, so let's see here. So let's get closer here. Oh, come on. Yeah, so look here. So we're out here. Yeah, so look at this here. So here's our players. We got the air bosses right there. There's our slurry bomber right there. Came out of Roswell.
Really?
Yeah, he flew straight here from Roswell.
Holy moly.
Is where he's from. Yeah, so if those of you are following along with us, that slurry bomber, that C-130 aircraft, that flew all the way up here from Roswell. And it's kind of up in the area right now. Not sure exactly.
It's right here.
Oh, there it is. He's right here on the other side. We're going to zoom around. Try to get you a shot of him here.
Quite the impressive plane.
There he is. Get your focus, camera, come on. Okay, he's getting pretty far away now.
Yeah.
Wait for him to make another pass there.
Yeah. Because I would imagine this is going to be a perfect.
Oh yeah, it's nice wide open right through here. So I mean, if he's wanting to make a nice low pass, I mean, this has been one of the areas that we've seen the fewest houses, at least so far. Looks like the fire's kind of climbed right over the top of that ridge off in the distance. But thankfully, at least over here, it does look like at least where we're at, from what we can tell, limited perspective, perhaps that there are less structures currently in its path as opposed to where we were at there along Two Deer Trail just a little bit earlier, which is some at least good news of how it appears right now, but not exactly sure what lies right over the top of that ridge or not.
All right, thank you, Sheldon, for that update. We have some news we need to pass along. We have some information and also talk about what's going to happen with our coverage in CBS. Let's send it over to Greg and Lindsay.
All right, Dave, we have an update from the city of Crest. Of course, that evacuation order has been lifted. However, city officials are asking residents to turn their sprinklers off and conserve water. Of course, usually when people leave, they turn their sprinklers on to kind of help protect their homes. So again, the city of Crest is asking that you please turn those off and conserve water.
And a CBS programming note, FBI and CIA will be shown on Paramount Plus and CBS.com. And we've kind of reflect a couple of days. The most indelible impression so far with these fires to me was the picture of the railroad trestles on fire around Canyon. That was just incredible to see. And Dave, one thing that kind of also sticks out, you showed with your infrared map, was the tale of two areas, with Oklahoma getting all that storm situation, and we're as dry as a bone over here.
Yeah, it comes down to miles sometimes. It's that dry line boundary. You hear us talk about it over and over. Often it's associated with severe weather because east of that dry line, that's where we have the moisture. And sometimes the dry line boundary helps to initiate the uplift to get storms. But when you're behind the dry line, when you're west of it, like we've been the last couple of days, you have nothing but desert air. It's just pure dry air and usually pretty windy also. So instead of getting rain or severe weather, instead of getting the moisture component, we just get the dry air, the dust, and the fires. Again, that's what's going to be changing over the next couple of days because we're going to have a cold front come in, bring in some cooler, more moist air, lower temperatures, lower the wind eventually, and that's really going to help out. Unfortunately, this final day of being in the extreme fire danger conditions turned out to be very, very active with the fires. All right, if you're getting home from work and you're wondering where the fire is that everybody's talking about, and that's been so destructive, if you're smelling smoke,
Looks like it's turning and
you've
leaving.
heard a lot of sirens, or you've been scrolling on social media to see where the devastation is and everything associated with this devastating fire. It's still right there, northwest of Amarillo. It's burned north of I-40, well north of Bushland. It started at the landfill, if you know where that is, out between Amarillo and Bushland, not too far from the city, the shooting range out that way. But it's burned up to the northwest, and Tascosa Road, Highway 1061, has been closed from the Loop 335 right there, back out till you get to the Bushland cutoff. That section of the Boys Ranch Highway or Tascosa Road has been closed, so travel has been redirected out I-40, then north of Bushland, and then back on Tascosa Road, or vice versa if you're coming from the north. The green we see right here, that's the smoke plume just being so thick that the radar beam is being reflected off of that. So that's where the fire is. It has burned up to Highway 1061. I'm not clear on whether or not it's hopped it there yet. We'll get some information on that, but where Sheldon has been stationed most of the afternoon and early evening now has been on the northern perimeter, say, of the Eagle Tree area, places like Bob White Trail, up there where it ends. There's a ravine between there and Bishop Hills Estates, those areas, and that's why it's so tough to fight this fire, because it's in rugged terrain up there. A lot of the northbound roads end there, and there's no roads until you come back in from the north. So it's a little void area there to get trucks in, starting to get a little better air support, but it's been a difficult day of trying to slow down those fires that has really, really consumed a lot of property, a lot of structures. Unfortunately, we've seen homes and vehicles on fire there. We have better news down towards Crest, as we've reported, a lot better containment. All of the evacuation notices have been discontinued, so we're getting back to normal there at Crest. I think Lindsay mentioned that they've requested that people not run their sprinklers, try to conserve some of the water down there because there's been so much usage so far there. As we take you down to the northeast part of our area between Canadian, near Canadian and Perryton, highways 23 and 83. That's where we've had another fire. Just wanted to go through the list of other fires that are going on. Chocolate Chip, Hungate fires, the ones that have been devastating closer to Canyon and down to the southwest of there. Still getting smoke, still burning there, so we're watching that one. It's just a little better contained, I think. The southeast part of the area, southern Donnelly, northern Hall County. This is back to the west of Memphis, southwest of Headley. Ongoing fires there as well. And again, as far as the advisories are concerned, I think we've seen the blowing dust advisory for Amarillo discontinued, but we still have our dust storm warning that takes across Canyon. Visibility is still low there. We still have the fire warning that's been extended till 9 p.m. for the Stinky Fire, the one that we've been reporting on. That will go on a little bit longer. Now, what happens over the next 24 hours, that's where we get the good news. That's where we have the cool air. It's coming into the northern part of the area right now. Watch these wind streams. Instead of that blast furnace desert wind out of the southwest, we pick up a north wind overnight. Of course, we're concerned about redirecting the spread of the fires, but it's going to be what we need to help out in the fire situation. Look what happens by morning. We're dropping down into the 40s. The humidity comes up a little bit. I mean, it won't be muggy by any means, but remember today, our relative humidity is about 5%. So this is going to be substantially better for tomorrow. Our high tomorrow, I think, probably closer to 70 degrees instead of 100. So big news there. And then as we get to Wednesday, I think we may stay in the 50s and 60s. And the graphic that I just can't get enough of today, rain chances going up. We're going to start this Wednesday into Thursday, 30 to 50%. And that might even go up even more. I'll have a much better forecast for you. Of course, on the 10 o'clock news tonight, I'll look at all the latest data. Hopefully we won't be covering as many fires, but rain chances are going up, and that's music to our ears. That's the only thing that is going to quell this wildfire threat. So finally, it looks like we're getting a better chance, and that's for much of the area, not just hit and miss stuff that we've tracked earlier. Okay, let's get some updates. We'll take you back out to the northwest of Amarillo, near Bishop Hills. Sheldon, you guys doing a fantastic job of letting us know exactly what's happening out there. Give us the feel for the latest assessment out there.
So for what it's worth right now, Dave, I mean, we're still, of course, we're not getting any official updates here as of right now, but from where we're at, we're on a Sweetwater Trail. For what it's worth, the smoke is certainly a lot less heavy than it was. The good news is kind of where this fire is pushing into. There are less structures. There are still some structures, but I don't think fires will be stretched quite as thin as they were there around the Two Deer Trail area, where there were so many more houses in that region. But of course, this is such an inaccessible area as well for firefighters to get to. It's pretty hard to get around via road. So of course, it's really going to come down to what the aircraft are able to do in this situation. Any wildland fire trucks are able to get out, so we're going to be watching it very closely. But for whatever it might be worth, the smoke is a lot less thick. You'll be able to see it. Visibility has improved immensely. We're not seeing quite as much blowing dust, kind of getting up on top of a ridge right now. We're still seeing, of course, fire's still ongoing. I'm going to pan around to the front of the vehicle here. You'll see there off in the distance that we are seeing right there. That fire is still burning. They're off towards our north right now, but for what it is worth, like I said, not any official confirmation of containment efforts, but that smoke not near as heavy as it was. Doesn't look to be quite as widespread or as aggressive as it was before either, Dave, so that's some good news there.
There's a plane coming in.
Oh, yeah, we got a small plane here. What is that? That don't look like a firefighting plane. Oh, I'm trying to spin around right here. It looks like maybe one of the air bosses. There he is right there. Doesn't look to be a firefighting aircraft. They're probably just assessing the situation, would be my best guess here. That looks to be a King Air. Yeah, looks like he's probably just assessing from the air. That's what they call the air boss there. Probably just kind of circling around, just seeing what the line is looking like from the sky, not necessarily dropping water, fire retardant, or anything of that sort. I do have a resident out here spraying around the perimeter of her house. Not a bad idea to do there at all.
You can see where it's moving right across here to the left.
Yeah, that's a good point. Right here, right about 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
You can see right around that edges. But like I said, I mean, at least I don't know if you see what you think, Zach, but it definitely doesn't look to be advancing quite as aggressively as it was before.
Yeah, I don't think that it has any of that strong fire or source of energy that it did when we got here initially, when we saw a lot of that black smoke. Very thick. We had the white and the black smoke layered in. I mean, of course, this fire still has plenty of fuel to run with, but I would definitely say visibility is much better. It helps it helps these first responders identify trouble areas and get to where they need to go quicker. So, you know, any good news, we'll take it.
The dust storm aspect of this event, I think, is winding down. We had the advisory drop out for Amarillo. The dust storm warning you see there around Canyon, they're going to allow that to expire also. What will be left as far as actual warnings is going to be the fire warning you see for the same fire that we've just been reporting on. So that fire warning, remember, those are issued at the request of local officials. And it usually has to do when structures are threatened or roads are threatened or there are evacuations. We've had plenty of that out there with the stinky fire. Notice it does not include Amarillo. I'll zoom in just a little bit and get a little better idea of where that fire warning extends. It does include Bishop Hills, and as it should. That's pretty much where the fire is currently. So I just wanted to update you on that. And while we give Sheldon a little break there, I'll kind of go through what we're tracking, what led up to this event, and what will happen later on tonight. First alert weather event. And I think today is a good day to kind of reflect and think about what first alert means. You know, we don't have them every day. We don't have them just because it's a little breezy. We don't have them because it's a little dry. But when we have extreme conditions that can turn dangerous or deadly, first alert means we're going to put our whole team to work. We're going to do everything we can to get the information, disseminate it out to you so that you can follow along and you can stay safe. We do this not just on TV, we do this on our streaming platforms. So wherever you stream, you can get our information. You have your phone, you know.
David, have the helicopter video ready for you.
Okay, we got a chopper video, and then I'll come back to this. Let's see what we have with that helicopter. Oh, okay, this is the new video. So we had the question, where is the helicopter getting its water? Take a look at this. This is amazing, something I never thought of. That helicopter there is getting water from a swimming pool. So this is unreal. I mean, I didn't even know that happened. I thought maybe it gets close to a tanker truck or whatever, but the helicopter is actually coming and getting water from a swimming pool. You talk about pinpointing, you know, a source of water and using it. The homeowner, thank you, just from everybody involved here. Thank you for, you know, contributing to what could be very important ways to combat these wildfires. You know, I'm sure over the next few days, we're going to hear a lot of stories about contributions that are unexpected and people just really going out of their way to help and fight and work and try to protect people and help out our neighbors. You know, we're going to see a lot of that. But if you didn't see this just a few moments ago, this is one of the choppers that is coming in dropping buckets of water. And the source is that he's coming over close to this house and there's a swimming pool there and he's able to fill that bag and go drop it on some flames. So very good. Okay, wow, that's very interesting. So first alert event, everybody really engaged in trying to fight the fires. Let's take a look from some of the tower cams. This is from Bushland, and never fails. We get this tower in the way, but off to the northeast of Bushland, we see some of the smoke. Very hazy around the city of Amarillo. This is from downtown. Looking back to the northwest, we see a lot of that smoke, and I know people smell that, and they wonder about fires near them. Not really near the city of Amarillo, okay, but close enough that we're monitoring. Temperatures, these are current. We're still in the 90s, so we're not cooling off yet. Peak wind gusts, these were peak probably 2 hours ago. 56 from Amarillo, Tucumcari, 52 over at Pampa, but I'll change it over to current wind gusts. And, you know, they're coming down, but man, still pretty stout from Amarillo to Borger especially, 45 to 49. You know, isn't it disappointing? And ironically, the strongest winds are where we don't need them, where some of the biggest fire is. But usually when the sun starts to go down, we start to reduce the mixing of the atmosphere, and wind speeds will start to come down. They're going to stay breezy, but I think the worst is behind us. Relative humidity is not going to go up until we get that cold front in here. So right now we're still at a miserably low 7%. We're still in the most extreme wildfire situation that we can be in. The only thing that would make it worse is if the wind was even stronger. Fortunately, that's not the case, but everything together for first alert conditions. I want to talk more about the wind because currently we have a southwest wind. We're just kind of waiting. We're going to have a wind shift come from the cold front. It's already into the Oklahoma Panhandle. It's going to make progress south. I'm looking for it to hit our fire, the stinky fire. I'm looking for it to meet that somewhere around 11 p.m. And when that happens, instead of a west wind, it's going to be out of the north. And for a couple of hours, it'll be strong, 20 to maybe 40 miles per hour. And then later tonight, the speeds will drop off, but we'll continue to make progress down to the south. So the good news is the fire down at Crest, I think we'll already have that contained, and it won't be a big deal. But north wind is going to drive that fires to the south. We'll have to watch that. And behind the front tomorrow, it's going to be breezy, but it's going to be much cooler. The humidity comes up, and the fire threat goes down a little more. So this is our main interest. This fire that started at the Amarillo landfill, burned most of the day yesterday, was smoldering today. It looked like it was contained. When those winds kicked up over 50 miles per hour, it kind of broke out of the containment, and that's the fire that's going on around Bishop Hills. It looks like an interesting shot there, Sheldon. Got some flames kind of climbing the hill there again. What's the latest out there with your fire?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. You're still just seeing flames just around a lot of these hills out here. Still seeing it climb some hills in some places where you saw one spot where there's a house on top of a hill. But generally one thing we are seeing is the road network out here is pretty much non-existent once you get past where we're at. We're on Sweetwater Trail right now. But out that direction, you'll notice not quite as many structures, but that also means a lot less roads as well, which make firefighting efforts a little difficult. We saw a pickup driving around. You may have seen it there in the picture-in-picture earlier. Don't know exactly who or what they were doing, but what we're watching for right now is we haven't really seen any fire crews out here, but it does look like that overall progression of it is a lot less aggressive than it was just an hour or so before.
Thank you, Sheldon. It is refreshing to not have any structures on fire at the moment. I think we've efforted some images of different things going on, different shots coming in from some of our viewers. You guys, if you have information on where and who, just shout them out to me. But these would be associated with the stinky fire, the one out there that we've been reporting on all day, where Sheldon is. It's just, heartbreaking to see all the flames, all the smoke, and all the structures that have been consumed here today. Just very, very dramatic images, something that we never hope to report on. But it really drives it home just how devastating the fire has been. Okay, I'm going to tour around a little bit and give you some locations of other fires of interest that are being fought right now. So that has really gained the news. The uplifting part of the coverage is that down at Crest, where it was looking pretty dramatic for a while. A lot of evacuations, 1,000 acres, if I remember right. This fire is rapidly becoming contained, and folks around Crest think you're going to be safe. No further evacuations. Those have been discontinued. We'll break you up to the northwest. Now, this is a fire that we haven't reported on a lot. It's fairly new. It's out in the northern part of Quay County, several miles south of Narravisa, not too far from the state line there. So close to Oldham County, close to the Quay County line there, New Mexico-Texas line. So we'll continue to monitor that one as well. Back in the northeastern part of the area, the fire near Highway 83 and the intersection with 23 still being fought by multiple entities out that way. No evacuations or structures that we're aware of there. Bringing you down south. You know, this is the area started southwest of Canyon a couple days ago, where we had all the structures consumed down that way, the trestle fire. We still have some fire activity down that way, the Hungate, chocolate chip fire areas that we're continuing to monitor. And even though we haven't had further structures involved today, remember, when you get that wind shift, if this fire is still ongoing at all, that's going to take it across new terrain. So something that we'll have to really monitor. And then finally, down in the southeastern part of the area, reports of fires back west of Memphis, southwest of Headley. So we're close to Donnelly and Hall counties there, where those intersect. Fire continues in that location. Back for Amarillo, we do the fire warning. It's the only fire warning we have, and I've explained this earlier, but I know that people come in and out of coverage, or you might be just joining us. Not every wildfire gets a warning. It's not like a severe thunderstorm where if you get up to quarter-size hail, it gets a severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, we have multiple fires out there, but a fire warning usually addresses issues associated with roads closing, evacuations, structures or homes that are being threatened, and it's just imminent evacuations. So we do have a fire warning out for the Stinky Fire and the Bishop Hills area. Notice here's Amarillo, there's Loop 335. So we talked about Wild West Wildlife Rehab, you know, that's just right in there. Places that are in the fire warning that goes until 9 p.m. Might be extended, but rarely are they canceled early. So this will be going for a while. That's the only fire warning we have. Even though we have multiple fires out there, the others are probably not, you know, going to prompt evacuations, at least not right now, or as many closures that we have going on out here. I mean, think about this. Think about all the neighborhoods that had to be evacuated. We do have Tascosa Road, or 1061, that is closed right now from the loop right here through Bishop Hills. We take that out to the Bushland cutoff and south. That section of 1061 right there in the fire area, the fire warning area, is closed for the time being. Okay, if you haven't heard, we do have some good news, and that is starting tonight, we get a change of air masses. Instead of the desert, hot, dry, windy, we're going to get cooler air coming in. Notice up north, it's 41 at Denver right now. We're 91. Okay, I'll come back to this. Sheldon has something important. Give us the latest there, Sheldon. We'll take your picture. What do you got?
Yeah, Dave, so we came back to Two Deer Trail. Look, they got the horse over here, thank goodness. Yes. We came back to Two Deer Trail. We just kind of lost where we could be, but we're turning on to Blue Quail Drive at this point, where we are seeing several structure fires. So here's this one house that we were keeping an eye on earlier. This is something we were tracking a little while ago. We came back out just kind of get a different view, as it does look like at least the fires just kind of around us have kind of started to die off a little bit. But as you can see, there's still some houses and structures that are burning. This is the one we showed you just from the other side of it. We were on Bob White Drive. There you can see where that house is unfortunately still burning, and then further up towards kind of the west, we're seeing unfortunately yet another structure fire. This is one we didn't see earlier, but there you can see there's another house. Unfortunately, that is on fire right now. So we came back to kind of the Two Deer Trail area. We're on Blue Quail Drive. The fire has advanced past here, but you'll see there are still structures here in this area. As crews are still just trying to keep things contained. You'll see as we kind of pull out a little bit.
You see all the way back there, there's another one.
Yeah, we're still seeing black smoke off in the background, but as you can see, just everything is just absolutely scorched right up here off of Blue Quail Drive. If we pull up just a little bit further up here,
Yeah.
seeing a few pins that were, cut open to just, let trucks get through. Still seeing, unfortunately, these house fires. This is the tragic part of it right here is, seeing some of these houses just completely just engulfed in flames right now here on Blue Quill Drive. So keeping a very close eye on that right now. Fire crews out here still trying to, keep an eye on these things. Got a few spots over here, actually. I'm going to pan across this ravine out here. A lot of just dust blowing off the Burns car right now as well. That'll limit visibility a little bit. Right here across the ravine, still have a few places where fire crews are working to try to put out flames here along the area of Blue Quill Drive, right around Bob White. As you can see that truck right there trying to knock down those flames as they're kind of encroaching on some folks' pins. They're currently, those fire crews not trying to knock those down. But this is an area where we've seen most of our structure fires so far, and unfortunately, this is one where fire crews doing all that they can, but some of these structure fires are just they're being allowed to burn because there's only so much that they can do, and of course they're still trying to keep other houses safe and out of the flames there as well. So unfortunately, some just very tragic scenes here along Blue Quill Drive, Dave.
Yes, it is very tragic indeed. Our hearts just go out to folks that are losing property and losing homes. So, I would say continue to pray and lift those processes up, trying to put the fires out. And then let's be mindful, tomorrow's going to come, and there's going to be ways that we can contribute and donate and support people that are losing property and homes. So let's just kind of be mindful of that. Tomorrow or even now, start to shift gears to what we can do for the rebuilding process and to support those now in need. Let's talk about tonight. We got this front, and it's making progress. It's going to be pushing on down to the south, and in time, it's going to help us out with the fire conditions. But in the immediate future, it's going to be that wind shift that we've been talking about. Now, behind the front, we drop down into the 40s, and let's get the latest.
We got first responders.
Ground smoking right there too.
Looks like the front now coming into Boise City. So if you're around Boise City, the wind dropping or kicking up out of the north, temperatures dropping, but that will help out on the wildfire threat there. And temperatures looking pretty dramatic up there where Sheldon is off to my left. I'll come back to that. Humidity goes up. So the wind kicks up, temperatures down. The relative humidity behind our front is going to be up substantially, and that's going to help to reduce the ability for fires to spread rapidly. So that's really good news. Our high temperature tomorrow, I think closer to 70 degrees.
We'll go back over there.
And once this front really comes in, Wednesday, we're only in the 50s and 60s. So really cool, really moist by then, and rain chances really starting to look better. I'm liking Wednesday into Thursday for maybe some widespread, substantial rainfall. All right, Sheldon, I know it's dramatic up where you are, and I know you're tired of showing structures burning to the ground, but can you get us the latest location and what you're seeing up there burn now?
Yeah, Dave, so we're currently on Blue Quill Drive. We're turning back onto Two Deer Trail. So came back this direction. Of course, this is where everything kind of started once it broke containment. But as you can see, just all that black smoke, is there's several houses right now. There's at least two that you can see right there in the shot that are currently on fire. Just unfortunate scenes. Just tragic scenes that we're seeing here along Two Deer Trail right now. As you got two houses just completely engulfed in flames. We've seen several structure fires already this afternoon, and these are just kind of the latest in a long line of some fires that we've been tracking, unfortunately. We'll get you some closer shots of it here. Holy cow, pull forward just a little bit more. And then get to that one right there.
Oh no! One shot! No! trying to get those trees out of the way for you.
It's terrible. We'll go down to that. Go back down to that Bob White. See if they'll let us down that way. Got lots of, various, first responders from around. I mean, we got Fire, we got Medina County out here as well. I mean, we've got just lots of different crews from all over the place. Really showing up in force here to, help people out. And that's always good to see, but...
Wow, look at that shot on the two buildings.
Yeah, we're gonna pan back around here and just, unfortunately, just two houses right there. So this is still back, we're on Bob White Drive right now. This is looking towards Blue Quell Drive. Unfortunately, just two houses there back to back. Just fully engulfed in flames right now. Just terrible, terrible scenes to see out here. Still where the fire is the worst out here. I mean, obviously you got structures on fire. Where we were at a little bit earlier, we were further down and along. Basically where you could see where the fire was still kind of advancing on the frontal edges there. But generally we were seeing the advancement was a little bit slower. The smoke was a lot less intense as it was still advancing, but it wasn't advancing quite as quickly. And it was also, just generally there were less structures being threatened in that area. Now, of course, where we're at right now, this is looking to the northwest from Bob White Drive. Generally, this has been the areas that's been the most densely populated compared to, what we've seen, of anywhere else that we've seen those fires so far today. And unfortunately, we're seeing, what happens in these regions when that fire just quickly advances through. We've seen unfortunately, several houses, several homes and different structures. We saw vehicles just going up in flames and just burning to the ground, unfortunately. So just seeing some really sad scenes, our hearts and our prayers going out to the people of this community as unfortunately, this is just the, going to be the start of a long cleanup and recovery process that we're seeing out here right now.
That's just heartbreaking and difficult to watch, Sheldon, but we do appreciate you being there and telling us exactly where the fire is, and we'll be coming back to that shot, but it looks like, multiple homes on fire there. The shot you see here with me, this here at News Channel 10, our camera, we have it pointed out to the west and zoomed in, and we see plenty of smoke, plenty of flames, and we've seen the plane kind of flying back there. You're also looking out across rolling hills, which does not seem to be threatened right now. I just wanted to point that out, even though you see the smoke. It appears to be a little closer. We're zoomed in, so it kind of changes the perspective. If you live in rolling hills, no doubt we're going to watch that very carefully, but it's a little further out to the west. This is from Bushland. Again, I know Bushland has come up a lot, Bushland Road, but we've got that fire well off to the northeast. And from downtown Amarillo, same thing. We can see smoke plumes, kind of windblown and kind of flat there. A lot of haziness, and the smell of smoke is rampant across the area, but the actual fire is out to the northwest. Like Sheldon has been mentioning, you get to the end of Bob White Trail and look north from there. That's basically where homes are burning at this time. And, we want to get back on the dramatic video there. Sheldon, I was wondering, I know you've seen a lot of homes and vehicles burn, but does it look like the evacuations were effective? In other words, I mean, have you had any emergency activity as far as ambulances or, any casualties or anything like that?
Dave, I think the good news is we did see one ambulance out here earlier, but it did seem to be kind of more of a precautionary effort, as we didn't really see anybody being tended to or anything like that. Most of the houses that we've driven past have been empty, and if we have seen people out and about, they've been vigilant. They've been outside of their houses. They've been watching what's going on. We saw one resident was on his tractor. He was out running his plow back and forth, making fire breaks. And so the good news is that if any residents were around, they were generally being proactive. They were being aware of what was going on. So that's the good news, at least best we can tell well. No casualties that we've seen. Like I said, we did see one ambulance out here, but it appeared to be kind of just in a precautionary measure, so that's a good news. Didn't seem like they were treating or tending to anyone, and like I said, most houses that we've driven by have been empty, so it looks like a lot of people were heeding those evacuation orders, which is very good news. So that can, you know, of course, we hate to see any structures, any, you know, property being lost, but thankfully it looks like, you know, at least any damage to life or persons has been kept to a minimum, which that is great news. We did see one pen where there was a horse inside of it, but we did see as we came back in that horse got relocated. He is safe. He's inside of a different pen, so that's some great news there. That was a little concerning there for a moment, but the good news is it does look like people were really, you know, paying attention to evacuation efforts and really watching what was going on. And like I said, people have really been staying weather aware, which has been really good to see.
Oh no, you see that?
Oh, something else.
It's running in towards that house.
Is that a house or like another building or something?
Well, this one, it's running into this house. You can see it on the flames are on the ground.
Oh, right. There are fire trucks over there.
Oh Lord, look at that. It looks like that fire is right underneath the fire truck.
Oh wow, yeah, it does.
Oh no.
So that truck's really close to it. I think he's probably just right on that leading edge, just spraying it because he just pulled up a little bit ago.
Yeah. You can see that this house, it looks like it's spread to the barn right behind it. This little shed they had with this Connex box.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. That's terrible.
But do you see the? Do you
Yeah.
see it on the grass?
I
right
do,
there?
yeah. It's burning there along the grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, right below that house. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Oh no.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, you know what can you say in situations like this? We're just so sorry and so heartbroken for, you know, our neighbors, people in our area that are losing their homes and losing their property. It's just hard to watch. But thank you, Sheldon, for you know, giving us that specific information. That's our purpose. That's our role in this whole event. I mean, we got responders out there doing what they can to fight the fire. Our heart goes out to them. We thank them from the bottom of our, you know, our role here at News Channel 10 and our First Alert Weather Team is just to let you know what's happening out there. So we're trying to do that. We can do that at least till 8 p.m. here on News Channel 10. We'll continue to stream, but just let you know that that's what we're doing. Okay, so from Amarillo, we have, you know, we can see smoke. I'll show you that here. This is from News Channel 10, and we smell the smoke, and I'm sure you've heard emergency vehicles, but the fire is not close to Amarillo. I've got an update on the wind, which is really, really problematic. I mean, if you look at that video, look at the smoke and even the flames, they're still getting just ventilated and whipped by that strong wind. And until that comes down, it's going to be almost impossible to fight those flames. We've had gusts of 56 miles per hour. Within the last 30 minutes, 49. But I can tell you, I have a site that I look at like 5-minute updates, and the latest I saw was more like 35 to 38. So I think the peak of those horrible winds is behind us. And it's going to take a little while for those winds to come on down, but it is getting a little better. Now, if we look up to the north, we're going to see a wind shift this evening, and that's going to be the cold front that comes on down across the area. Again, I think it'll cross the fire that we're covering there with Sheldon somewhere around 10 or 11 p.m. but that'll be important because it's going to change the wind direction and the direction that those flames are going to spread. So Sheldon, I've been talking about the front coming in and that wind shift tonight. What's your assessment there on the fire? Have they been able to make fire breaks or do anything to, think ahead to when that wind shift comes? What do you think?
Yeah, Dave, we were seeing a little bit ago, we were seeing road graders, we saw bulldozers out, we saw, like I said, we saw one resident just had his tractor out and he had a plow out and he was, of course, making a fire break. We've got some ground crews out here as well. Firefighters really working on things, probably putting in some fire breaks. And that's the thing that we're really going to have to watch out for is, of course, we're glad that at least a lot of the grass fire type situations out here are a little more regulated. Generally, it seems to be kind of along the ground. We did see some fire kind of there in between these two structures, kind of burning towards one of these other houses. But it looks like fire crews are really focused. These seem to be the only two structure fires in this area. And thankfully, it's a bad thing that happened, but a lot of this area has already been burned through. And so the good news is where these structure fires are at, there's really not a lot of grass around them for that fire to grow out from. And so at least here in kind of this area near Blue Quail Drive, Bob White Drive to Deer Trail, once those winds shift out of the north, now there are houses south of us, so of course that'll be something we need to keep an eye on. A lot of that burnt, scorched ground is still kind of smoldering right now, but the good news is right now the fire that we're seeing, at least over here, is restricted to these structures, which is of course still a terrible thing, but there's not really that much grass left around these structures that if the wind were to turn out of the north, that fire would have a hard time expanding to the south, as there's just not really any more fuel for that fire to grow onto. And so we're going to have to watch things very closely. It'll be interesting to see how things progress, especially further off towards the east where that fire is still advancing. But where we're currently at right now, to the best of our knowledge of what we can see at least, is that the fire really is not expanding quite as aggressively as it was before. Those structure fires seem to really be the main focal point of fire crews that are around here. We see some other fire crews ahead of us as well, just kind of doing some preventative measures around some of these other houses. So whenever that wind shift does hit tonight, the good news is there's just not too many other places for that fire to go. Like I said, unfortunately, it's because all the ground around these houses have burned, but that can also be kind of more of a preventative measure. You can see those trucks are out there knocking down those flames near this other house. So that's some good news right there. Is like I said, this being kind of that main focal point, you'll actually see a truck right there spraying kind of that taller house off towards, kind of the upper right-hand side of your screen. That was one where the fire was kind of pushing that direction, but it does look like fire crews are knocking those flames down, which is some good news there, Dave.
Yeah, our good news is coming in increments here today. I mean, that's great news that they're saving some houses. I mean, no doubt about that. Of course, we're really heartfelt and mindful of people losing their homes today. And as I mentioned earlier, it's time to start thinking about ways that we can support that recovery, rebuilding, and just comfort for those that are losing property here today. And that'll come up a lot, I think, during our coverage over the next couple of days. So waiting on the wind to shift, and we'll be tracking that for you again later on tonight. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll see what impact that has on any fires that are still currently blowing. But behind this front, we're going to get some relief from the really, really critical fire threat that we've had. Now, we only have one fire warning right now, set to go until 9 p.m. I'd really like to see that drop off and be the last warning. It's because of this fire right there, the one that Sheldon is reporting on. We've had great news down around Crest. Evacuations lifted. People are getting back to normal. They just ask that you, hold off on your sprinklers, try to conserve some of that water. Fire south of Narravisa, near the Texas-New Mexico line. We're still the one up there between Canadian, Perryton, 83 and 23 in that area. We've got lingering fire activity. The Hungate, Chocolate Chip, where we had the trestle fire, and Hungate Road, still watching that for tonight. Looks like southern Donnelly, northern Hall County, that's back to the west of Memphis. Ongoing fire there. And I just want to point out how close a call it is to getting rain. It comes down to that dry line boundary, which is pretty much right there on the Oklahoma line. So off to the east, that's rain, thunderstorms. And then back to the west, we have the desert conditions that have prompted all of these fires. Next 24 hours, this cool air moves on down, and that's going to make a big, big difference. And then eventually rain chances, I'll be all over that tonight at 10 o'clock. Now, for viewing purposes, we're going to stay here on News Channel 10. If you're watching on TV, till 8 o'clock. and we'll probably come off of TV coverage, but we'll continue to provide all the same information on our streaming platforms, on NewsChannel10.com, anywhere that you normally can get us on your streaming app, on your phone. We'll still do that beyond 8 o'clock. Just wanted to point that out. Okay, let's get back out to the fire. Structures are burning. Sheldon will come out to you for an update.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so we're going to reposition real quick. We're still seeing those two structure fires there on Blue Quail Drive. We're seeing fire crews kind of coming in and out, taking some preventative measures as well. You'll see up here ahead of us, I'm going to pan around. We're seeing some fire trucks moving through here right now. We're going to kind of move further east down Two Deer Trail, and kind of see what's happening up this direction. As it's still just kind of an active scene out here. Kind of out here in this Bishop Estates areas, we've seen a couple of structure fires out here. We're still seeing, fire crews just doing what they can to knock things down and just keep these, of course, these structures protected that haven't been burned just yet. But you can see it's gotten very close to some of these houses out here. We'll see right as we pass by some of these houses here in just a second. You'll see just how close. I mean, it's gotten probably within maybe, right here, this particular house, maybe within 100 feet or so, maybe even less than that, maybe 30 to 50 feet, that house is closer to that area that was burning just a little bit ago. Once we get past this house here, be able to see it a little bit better. You'll see right there, I mean, just how close. Then thankfully those fire crews are staying on top of it to make sure it doesn't get any closer. This is an area you'll see right there. There's some fire breaks that bulldozer was putting in a little bit earlier. Road crews, road graders were out there working on it as well, but still very much an active scene. Out here this evening, as you're still seeing all that black smoke from those two structure fires we were just at right now. You'll see looking further off towards the east, we've got some fire crews up this way just basically monitoring. We do know the flames kind of were climbing the hill along the ridge up near some of these houses off this direction. Does look like they're staying on top of it to make sure those flames stay knocked down, so that's some good news there. Looks like they loaded up. Not sure if they're calling off the bulldozer here, but they do have it loaded up on a trailer. So they might be taking that bulldozer somewhere else right now. I know they were using that a little bit ago to, build in some fire breaks in parts of the area. So looks like maybe it's either relocating, going somewhere else for right now. But we did see it doing some good work earlier, putting in some fire breaks around the region. So still keeping an eye on those fires here, those structure fires. Darker smoke further off towards the other side of things. There's those structure fires we were showing you just a little bit ago. We'll continue to kind of keep panning around here, further off towards the east, down Two Deer Trail. Still seeing some black smoke, but obviously a lot of that. Actually, look right there. Hold on, stop real quick. Yeah. We got right near this house where those fire crews possibly bringing the bulldozer back. But right there, we're going to zoom in a little bit. You can see right here, we're getting close to this house. I mean, we'll kind of zoom out to give you perspective. There's, their shop right there. And then we'll zoom in, and there's some flames. I mean, not far from it. So we know those crews are staying on top, trying to keep these structures safe right now. But as you can see, I mean, even though it's not necessarily being driven by the wind in the same direction, they can absolutely climb that hill into that drier grass and just continue to kind of grow up, unfortunately, towards these structures right now.
All righty, thank you, Sheldon, for the latest. I know it's probably a helpless feeling not being able to just step out and, hose down those flames and put them out. But I can tell you this, we do have a little relief from the atmosphere coming. Even though we don't expect rain with this front tonight, we're going to get the next best thing, and that is at least some moisture in the air. And, fires don't spread nearly as rapidly when we have moisture in the air. And look at this tomorrow morning behind the front, that relative humidity looks a lot better. So that's going to help. I mean, it's not going to be muggy, but we'll put some water vapor into the atmosphere. Temperatures come down a lot, probably closer to 70 tomorrow afternoon, and we're really waiting on this. Cool air really settles in tomorrow night, Wednesday. When Wednesday, we might not get out of the 50s and 60s. We'll start to get overrun with moisture, and our rain chances look a lot better once we get it all coming together Wednesday into Thursday. Right now, I got about 50%. I might even be able to up that. It's just pretty promising. It's pretty encouraging that everything is coming together for probably the best chance of not just rain in general, but pretty widespread. And, all of our area can desperately use rainfall. So I think we're just around the corner from that happening. Until now and then, we got to bite the bullet and just kind of play the waiting game. So backing up just a little bit, bring up to date on the wind coming in behind the front. Right now, the front in the Oklahoma Panhandle will be coming south here during the evening hours. So we'll follow that trend. Of course, tonight at 10 on the news, we'll know a lot more about the effect of that I'll be able to show you exactly where that frontal boundary is and what it's doing. Cool air, I mean, that's a pretty good shot of cool air for this time of year. That's on the way. So the change that we've been waiting comes during the next 24 hours. Again, sad that we didn't back the dry line up a little bit because we'd be tracking rain instead of fires. It's just kind of a timing thing and a position thing. The actual front, again, I can't hit that screen with my hand, but above me there you see the cooler air. We pick it up on the satellite, starting to make pretty good progress down to the south. Looks like it's about to make it to the Oklahoma-Texas border south of Boise City. So it's on the way. Let's go to Sheldon. I see some pretty dramatic video. Sheldon, what do you got there?
Keep it on this one.
Yeah, Dave, so we came back down Blue Quail Drive a little bit. Traffic's kind of letting up a little bit. The visibility's improved a little while as well. We're just kind of getting a closer look at some of these structure fires, and unfortunately, I mean, we're just seeing just the extent of the damage right here. As I mean, some of these houses are just being completely destroyed, unfortunately, by these fires. I mean, yeah, this one, I mean, looks like it's on the verge of collapse right now, and then we're going to kind of pan further off towards the back towards the east a little bit here. Firefighters doing what they can to keep things away from this house. We did see the fire expanding there. You can actually see where it burned onto the grass towards kind of the northeast. Fire crews did a great job knocking that down to keep it from spreading. But unfortunately, as you can see, this house, every window you can see into, I mean, the house is just completely and fully involved in fire right now, unfortunately. And then down over near this other house off this direction, it's not necessarily on fire, thankfully. But you'll see right here where this police officer is sitting. You'll see just not far from it. We'll zoom in, just come out here on their parking curb. Look at that right there. You can see, I mean, there's still, the ground's on fire right there. Looks like we do have some people just pulling up, just kind of got some sightseers here. But this structure fire right here, unfortunately, I mean, just, you can see just the extent of that damage here right now. Just unbelievable scenes we're seeing out here. Oh, look at this.
I mean, you can see the bones of the building.
Yeah, we're seeing this other house. It's starting to kind of collapse in on itself.
You see where the roof is starting to degrade, and
it smells smoky out here, man.
It is the stinky fire. And you can see over on this one.
Drive right now.
I mean,
Bishop Estates up in Amarillo, Texas.
You can see the bones of the building here. You can see the framing. It looks like this one's going to collapse at any moment.
Yeah, you smell, I mean, the smell is just scorched earth outside. I mean, just stepping outside of the vehicle real quick, and I mean, just everything is just burned. Holy cow. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
I don't want to move off this shot because I feel like it's gonna...
I mean, look at just billowing out the sides of the house.
Yeah.
And the ground's just smoldering in places, too.
Holy moly. second. It looks like it could go.
Hey, a quick reminder, we're about to discontinue our coverage here on TV, but we will continue streaming NewsChannel10.com or any streaming app that you're used to receiving our information on. Let's get a quick update from Greg and Lindsay just on evacuations, etc. What do you guys got?
So Dave, what we know is the Stinky Fire evacuations have not been lifted. All those evacuations are still in place. Evacuees can go to the church at Quail Creek, located there off Tascosa Road. The church at Bushland is located at 1800 South FM 2381. The fire that we were following in Crest, those evacuations have since been lifted there for the city of Crest. Of course, our digital team is staying up to date with the very latest. You can follow along at NewsChannel10.com to sit there and get the latest on evacuations and containment efforts.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. I want to welcome our streaming audience for staying with us. We'll continue to provide information, for a while longer. We're going to wait and kind of assess the situation and, see what kind of progress we're making on the fires. Right now, it's as it's as daunting and as dramatic as we've seen all day out with that stinky fire. So, noticing structures still burning. Sheldon has been giving us a play-by-play on that. Our driver, Zach Lockwood, you guys have been doing just a tremendous job being able to keep us posted and showing us visually just the devastation of this fire. So tell you what, Sheldon, you want to give us the latest exact location where you are, what you're seeing, and just kind of the latest assessment out there. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, at this point, I mean, it's just a helpless feeling. We're on Blue Quill Drive right now in kind of the Bishop Estates, Eagle Park right now. Unfortunately, we're just seeing these two houses burning. I mean, and really just the only thing these fire crews can do right now is just try to keep them away from other structures. I mean, unfortunately, as you're seeing right there, just this utter devastation here. It's a helpless feeling for sure, seeing, these crews have done everything they can to protect these structures. And unfortunately, they just, can't always save all of them. We've seen several structure fires, just around here as we've gone throughout this afternoon, and you're seeing just, some very dramatic scenes right there as this house looks like it's on the verge of collapsing. We've got another one just off to our left as well. Just completely fully involved. I mean, these houses are going to be complete and total losses, unfortunately, but it has been good to see that the fire crews have been able to keep them from spreading to other structures, so that is the very good news on that front, Dave. But still just some unbelievably sad scenes, and our prayers are with the people of this community, because this is just a unbelievably sad and helpless scene that we're seeing right now. All right, we'll keep an eye on this here.
Yeah, it looks like the walls and the framing of this house you can see it's spreading to the roof now.
Yeah, you can see, just completely taking over the structure.
Another piece just fell.
My goodness. It's just, look at it, just raging. It's just, front yard's on fire right now. God, it's just a helpless feeling. You can see where the back collapsed back there.
Yeah, you can see that tree's about to catch too. guess there is a propane tank right behind that water tank.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The fire wasn't even close to it.
I guess right there would be
Still fighting over that way. Oh, yeah, right there as well.
Golly.
That was awful. So sad. Like I said, there's so many houses across the way that burned. I mean, that we saw at least 3 or 4 on the other side.
Yeah, so I mean, this is at least 6 or 7 structures that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Man. It's just so sad, you know, it's just somebody's home right there, and it's just nothing you can do about it.
So much work, so much effort, you know. Each one of these houses represents somebody's life's work, and
You're right, absolutely. That's the last thing you want to see happen. There's a little patch of ground's on fire right here.
I saw that just a second ago.
If it was on this side, I'd go stomp it out, but like I said, there's nothing around for it to spread to. I mean,
Right.
it's just literally sitting there smoldering.
Can you imagine how hot that fire is to melt that roof?
Oh man. Yeah, sounds good, Dave. Oh my gosh, yeah, just for it to just collapse in on itself.
Okay, friends, Sheldon will be keeping us closely up to date on structures burning, and I really hope we're reaching the point that, you know, no more structures burn. It's just been a devastating day, hard to watch. It's been devastating. Our hearts really go out. We know people have just kind of lost everything, and it's a tough day in our history here at News Channel 10. So, but I want to bring you up to date on some of the things that we're watching, some developments weather-wise. And while we do that, this is a shot from our camera at News Channel 10. We're north of the city, and as we look out across the north there, we can see the smoke plumes, and we can also watch the aircraft that are flying in and out of there fighting the fire. Just know that even though you can see rolling hills, the fire is not threatening rolling hills at this time. Temperatures, well, it got hot. We knew it was going to do that. We got up about the mid-90s, but notice here, just as of 8 o'clock, we're down to 89. So we're kind of reversing the temperature trend. Went up and now it's coming down. Likewise, when we look at the wind gusts, we've gusted 56 miles per hour. That was earlier this afternoon. But our latest wind gusts show Amarillo down to 39, Borger 41, and I don't think we'll be going back up over, say, 40 miles per hour. We should continue to drop off. As far as alerts and advisories, we're down to just our fire warning that's set to go until 9, so that's down to less than an hour. The blowing dust warnings and advisories we had earlier, those have been discontinued as well. Now, let's go for fire locations. And this has been the monumental fire. And above me here on the screen, you can still see fires really burning. Wow. That's the most devastating fire. Good news down around Crest, that one really getting contained. They're letting folks get back into their homes there. We do have a fire out in New Mexico around Narrow Vice, south of there, up between Perryton and Canadian, near 83 and 23. The fire there just not prompting any evacuations. Down south, the fires that have been southwest of Canyon, still watching that area very carefully. And between Memphis and Headley, down near the Donnelly and Hall County line, we have a fire there. Thunderstorms and rain just outside of our area. This was the disappointing part, that we were so close to rain, but instead we were back behind the dry line. So good news over the next 24 hours is we have help from a cold front that will push south. It's not bringing rain right off the bat, but it is lowering temperatures. 40s, only around 70 tomorrow afternoon, and also will be even cooler. 50s and 60s for Wednesday. That's the day we cloud over and should start to rain. So right now we're banking on the best chance of rain we've had in a long time, coming about Wednesday into Thursday. So let's be prayerful about that. Fingers crossed, ready to get that rainfall in here. Okay, I'm going to see what's going on back with our chaser. See what's going on. We got a plane still knocking that fire down.
Yeah, that's right. Zach's getting some great shots here. We got another airplane out here right now. Looks to be dropping. We haven't seen it drop yet, but we did just see it start circling around. Get some great shots of it. We'll try to get some more information on exactly what that plane is right now. Let's make sure we have everything straight on that. But yeah, still seeing these ongoing structure fires. Of course, fire crews out here are just managing, kind of monitoring right now. Yeah, this plane out here, it looks like it's an aero tanker, another one out of Roswell, and just a bit of a smaller plane. Still just dropping things on these fires here, just a little bit further afield.
I got it coming back now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, keep a good shot on that. Yeah, so we're gonna keep following this air tanker here. You can kind of see, looking over the top of the structure fire, some pretty striking images. We're getting there right now.
There it dumps.
Look at that, there we go. Yeah, dropping the fire retardant down. Great shot, Zach. Massive drop right there. Great work. Of course, like I said, just based on the terrain that we've seen out that direction, of course, I mean, the aerial firefighting efforts are going to be what really, you know, help make this all happen, of getting this fire knocked down, because the terrain, especially further east as you go, road network becomes more and more sparse, and we just generally get that terrain gets harder to be around. And so, of course, you know, those aerial controls and aerial firefighting efforts, that's going to be kind of the saving grace for a lot of these firefighting efforts, thankfully. Okay.
All right.
Still keeping an eye on that air tanker here as it's making a few passes. You saw it drop some retardant there. Zach getting some great shots of it. Just monitoring. We're still sitting on Blue Cloud Drive right now. Still seeing these structure fires still ongoing as these houses are just kind of collapsing in on themselves. It's just some still unbelievably tragic scenes that we're seeing out here.
Is it behind us?
No.
Okay.
No. I was seeing who was back there.
I have no idea where I was even pointing.
Oh, something just popped over there. Did you hear that? Oh, he's over here. What is he? It's like there's black smoke coming out of it.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I see just little puffs of black smoke coming out of it.
This one right here, the one closest to us.
Oh,
right?
sorry, no, the plane.
Oh.
Sorry. That's a different. What is that? That might be the air boss. That's not even the plane dropping the retardant. It came down, and I you know what I bet they're doing? I bet they're testing wind.
Oh, trying to see how much air support they can have?
Yeah, how low they can get or anything like that, because he dropped down there for a moment, and you saw him kind of put out a few puffs of smoke.
Oh, try to tell wind direction.
I bet they're assessing the wind to see how low those how low that plane that's dropping the retardant, how low it can go. See what the wind's doing there. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of putting out some little puffs like that. So yeah, I imagine that air boss is helping them assess wind to see what they can do. Oh, here we go. Got some fire crews. Looks like they might be coming to, maybe do something about this house. I don't know.
There's a couple hot spots on the ground right here.
Yes. Yeah, there's a few spots just right there, close-ish to that house.
Yeah.
Golly. Just imagine that. I mean, you're just right there. I mean, your next door neighbor just...
Yeah.
House is just gone. Or, flip it a little bit. Your next door neighbor's house is okay and yours isn't. I mean, it's just terrible.
See where the roof is burning up there.
Fire
You got it coming up.
Yeah. You're going to get flames coming out of the top.
What is that?
What you got?
That's not a fire, is it?
No, it looks like something red. Just kind of reflecting the sunlight. I see what you're from looking at it from here, yeah. Looking at it from here, it looks a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh.
Hoping not.
Yeah, no, I think
Hoping
we're good.
just an optical illusion.
Yeah, sun's getting low. It's reflecting off of stuff. Yeah, here comes. See, look at that plane. See, look at it doing its thing there. Putting out those puffs. He's testing the wind. You'll see. Keep panning. Further. Yep, right there.
Oh, there, yeah.
That air boss just came in and put out those little puffs right there. I bet you they're gauging that, and that other plane's going to make a pass through that area if they deem it okay.
Gotcha. I'm gonna step out and see if I can find it. That way, when it comes in.
Yeah, go for it. I'll check flight radar.
Okay. Planes do some interesting things, dropping little puffs. We don't know if they're testing wind or what the situation is.
Plane came out of Lubbock. Got a copter.
Oh, nice. That's our guy from earlier.
Yeah, this is the...
Still doing some good work.
Man, he is maneuvering on me.
Man, he is he's one heck of a pilot. I gotta say, I gotta give props. Apparently, from what I was hearing earlier, might be a private pilot.
Yeah, private.
I mean, he is pulling off some maneuvers that are seriously impressive. I mean, he knows how to fly that thing.
Should be right by. There he is. Yep.
Yep, there he goes right there up on the other side. You also saw that video Dave was sharing earlier, that thing dipping down into a swimming pool. That's where he was getting that water from. Somebody had a pool full of water, and he was dipping down into that. I mean, so this is a very highly skilled pilot that we're seeing right here. I was going to double check, see if that guy was making another approach or not. Nope, looks like that aero tanker might be going back to Roswell.
I wonder how many drops they can make.
Not too many, I guess. It's still got that helicopter flying around. He's just making pass after pass after pass. Which is really impressive. Yeah, that other aero tanker looks to be heading back to Roswell. Let maybe top back off.
Gotcha.
Let's see. C-130 might be flying back.
Okay. From the southwest,
yep. Looks like he's still in New Mexico. He's just a little ways out of Roswell, but he does appear to be coming back this direction. So that C-130, that Hercules, that slurry bomber,
So he'll be coming from that way.
Yeah, he should be coming back. He's got a ways to go till he gets back this direction, but it does look like he might be coming back. He's at least on the right trajectory for it.
Yeah.
That house, the fire's in the front door.
Oh, there's the copter.
Yeah, there he goes. Do we want to go back that way, see if we can't get some more angles of him doing that drop?
I think that's a good idea.
Let's do that.
Let me get this copter real quick.
Yeah. Making some drops, we'll go that way.
Oh, he's gonna do what he did before. He's gonna drop on the other side of it.
Get up close to him. So we're going to reposition. Those of you following along with us, we're going to leave the structure fire behind. We're going to go try to get closer to where that helicopter is making its water drops right now. Get y'all some up close videos and footage of that. Looks like got some fire trucks coming in right here, perhaps.
Okay, Sheldon, good idea, good plan. We're going to let you reposition. I'm going to do a quick update here. We're watching the fire area from our tower camera also. It's pretty much you're right in there, but we can see this from a distance. We've been seeing some of the aircraft, so we'll continue to monitor that. Want to get you up to date. We have some improvements taking place. Temperatures have peaked and they're starting to come down. We're in the 80s now and dropping. The winds, after gusting to 56 miles per hour, those are dropping off. We got those down about 39, even less in some areas. So the wind has peaked and that's starting to come down. And we're down to one fire warning, the fire there near Bishop Hills. That's set to go for about another 30 minutes. And I kind of doubt that'll be extended, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see. So that's the fire. We're not picking up as much smoke on radar, and I think that's corroborated by our visuals. The plume is not quite as big and thick, but I know that we still have structures burning there, so still some bad news there. But down towards Crest, the news is mainly good. That huge fire that popped up and prompted the evacuations, pretty much contained. No further evacuations there, no further advisories. We do have the Narravisa fire south of there. Still got the one between Perryton and Canadian. No evacuations there. Watching the smoldering fire, Hungate, Chocolate Chip, the Trestle fire down that way. And also in the terrain between Headley and Memphis, still got fires there. Thunderstorms and rain, we just missed out off to our east. So let's get to this front that I've been talking about over the next 24 hours. Notice the wind flow. That's notice the blue particles, the blue wind flow streams getting down to the northern part of the area. I've got a really cool satellite image that we'll bring up here And take a look at this. Can you see the gray area advancing south, pretty much in the same location? That's our frontal boundary. So it's now moving into the Texas Panhandle. It's pretty much through the Oklahoma Panhandle, still kind of hung up in Beaver County, but it's coming into Stratford. If you live in Stratford, you'll be getting the wind shift very soon, but that front surging down to the south a little bit. Now we'll have to watch for the direction that the fire shifts when we get that wind shift, but it will start to bring in some cooler air. Okay, we can come back to Max there. Again, that's where the front is. It will surge south. It'll be all the way through the area by tomorrow morning. Behind it, we cool off, temperatures in the 40s. Highs tomorrow only around 70 degrees. And then it gets even cooler Wednesday. Wednesday, we may only be in the 50s and 60s, and that's when our rain chances go up starting Wednesday into Thursday. And man, we can only hope and pray that we get a good soaking rain and maybe the first of multiple rounds of rainfall in the area. So that's kind of the latest weather-wise. We'll continue to watch the fire out to the west. I know Sheldon is repositioning. Why don't you give us another update while you're repositioning, Sheldon, on just your overall assessment of the size of the fire, the containment, what's happened here recently.
Yeah, Dave, the good news is right now, so we're repositioning, trying to get some closer shots of the helicopter making its drops, but I mean, we'll just see kind of spinning the camera around. I mean, there's still lots of places where the ground is still just, smoldering. I mean, there were spots where just there are little patches that still might have been on fire. Of course, you had those structure fires that we were following. You're still seeing some of the smoke from it, but overall, the smoke is a lot less intense. I really feel like crews out here have done a really great job. We saw some, bigger planes coming in, dropping fire retardant. Of course, we saw, we see that helicopter making some water drops. We'll circle back, try to get some footage of that here in a little bit, but the thing is, especially at least here in the Eagle Park area, it really looks like those crews have really been able to at least focus in and hone on the places where there's still some ongoing fires and get those knocked down. We did see a few little isolated areas where maybe there were still some little small fires kind of right around some structures, but thankfully not in an threat. Those fire crews were able to really be on top of them and get them knocked down and just kind of burning off what's left of some of that dry grass around some of those structures, but not letting it get too close. But you'll see just looking out here along the horizon, thankfully that smoke not near as intense as it was. Of course, we saw, over the past several hours of just how immense the smoke plumes were. Looks like everything, the progression has really slowed down quite a bit, at least just based on our perception out here. I don't know. Looks to be a little more sparse, a little bit slower. Right now, you're documenting that temperatures have been going down, the winds have been slowing a little bit as well, which is, of course, an immense help with any ongoing firefighting effort. So at least from out here, what we've been seeing, it does look like they are getting it much more under control, where this evening and the nighttime period is more of just kind of getting things further under control, slowing things down a little bit, and just continuing, as we know, they mop up and things like that, where it's just finding those little small hot spots here and there, knocking them down, and then, of course, making sure that they're not a threat to other places around. So that's the good news. It doesn't look to be near as aggressive of a fire as it once was, which is, of course, fantastic news right now. So we're really thankful for that right now. So we're just looking for a better spot to maybe get in and possibly get a better angle of that helicopter. Maybe not that way. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you if you think that's a good one.
Yeah, we'll
go further down. Okay. But trying to get a better angle, try to see what this helicopter is doing, get you guys some close-up footage of that to see what it's doing. But like I said, right now it really is looking a lot better as the smoke is a lot less intense. Obviously, still trying to assess all the damage that has been done. But we're still seeing the helicopters out there, the aerial crews doing what they can. I do know that C-130, that slurry bomber, does appear to be on its way back based on what we're seeing on flight radar. It does be at least on a northeasterly trajectory, so I don't know if their exact flight plans are bringing them to this specific location, but being this is still one of the more noteworthy fires that we're seeing around right now, I would assume that it is coming this direction, but we'll continue to keep tabs to see if that does show back up, because we'll be trying to get some spectacular footage of that for sure, because that's going to give us some great looks at how those aerial crews are really doing some great work to figure out, where they need to be knocking these flames down right now. So just trying to get in a better position, trying to find where those where the aircraft are going to be at, and so of course just keeping tabs on things here for the time being, Dave. Let's see, where's that? Yeah, they're passing Portales right now, so If you're watching this in the Portales area, Portales-Clovis region, that C-130 should be flying overhead right now. We know, of course, around Clovis, Cannon Air Force Base, are no strangers to seeing C-130s there flying around. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet. I think you're right where he's putting out those puffs of smoke.
Okay, Sheldon, thank you so much for your update. And for our viewers, we're going to have a complete report from Sheldon on our 10 o'clock news. Just his whole complete assessment, his summary of everything that he saw, and we'll really hear from him when he gets back here, takes a break. I mean, he's really worked hard out there. And we'll have him on at 10 o'clock as part of our team coverage. What I'm going to do right here is do one final wrap up. It looks like we're starting to get some containment. We're down to the one big fire there that has been so destructive. We'll have the latest on that and any pertinent information on our 10 o'clock news. But I think we're going to kind of put an end to our continuous stream of information, and then we'll pick it back up at 10 o'clock. So what you see with me here, we're still looking at Sheldon's video, but I got a camera here at News Channel 10 looking out at the smoke with the stinky fire there, still around Bishop Hills area in general. It looks like the plume is smaller, not rising quite as much. Some improvements that we've seen, downward trend in temperatures. We're starting to cool off. The wind, after gusting 56 miles per hour, is starting to come down. So we have cooler air, less wind. This fire warning is set to expire at 9, and kind of doubt it'll be reissued. But if so, we'll know more about that at 10 o'clock. So there's our fire area. Again, just all kinds of entities out there battling that fire. You still see, live fire, live flames, live smoke. Fortunately, that's not burning through structures and houses like we've seen so much of here as of late. But once again, we'll have the latest for you, our team coverage with a thorough rundown of today's activities. We'll have the latest news that's associated with the fires, any road closures, any kind of evacuations, and we'll probably start to talk about ways that we can help the recovery efforts and supporting those that have lost a lot today. But it's still first alert, so we'll have the entire weather team, the entire news team, the entire station covering the latest on this devastating day. This will be a day that really goes down in our history here across the Texas Panhandle and the News Channel 10 viewing area. So just know that you can catch us at 10 o'clock for the newscast. Thank you for joining with us. Thanks for following along. Please, once again, we ask that you pray for people that have lost property or homes or livestock or whatever, and be ready to pitch in and help and support any way you can as we help our neighbors rebuild after this destructive, devastating day. Thank you, folks, for sticking around with us. We'll see you at 10 o'clock on News Channel 10.